This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy, and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning. You're welcome to the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, reporting right here from our studios here in Lagos. Thank you for joining us on a lovely, lovely Monday morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Of course, Onika Valentine is my name. Fantastic Monday. We have a lot packed for you, and today will be great.
Massive Monday. I'm trying to find all the good words to describe Monday with M.
Although there is an increase now.
Monumental Monday.
Yes, for those who are, drivers, well, not drivers, those who own vehicles. I'm sure right now they're feeling the pinch.
I think we should not give them let's not start the week
We shouldn't scare them.
People already know this. Let's not add it to it, because there are actually a lot of things to complain about this month. Let's talk about the power supply, the epileptic power supply that everyone seems to be going through, and it's across board. Everyone is talking about the fact that it has never been this bad.
True.
I'm saying it personally. I've never experienced it this bad for all my years, all the decades I've spent on this earth. I don't think I've ever seen it this bad.
Well, which means probably you didn't live in some certain areas in the 80s, which we did. And I can tell you for a fact that up NEPA and, NEPA has always been an issue. There was a time when...
But I was a child then, but I'm saying like in my more mature years, it has never been this bad.
Because I knew in the 90s, growing up in Festa Town
that was a thing.
was crazy.
Up NEPA.
It was as if we're all singing the chorus song. Well, anyways.
Yeah, for non-Nigerians watching, that's literally power generating company, Nigeria Electric Power Authority. So that's what we used to say back then because of the constant blackouts. So we'd say once you get light, because of how inconsistent power supply was, when you see light, everyone will scream up NEPA. So for those people who don't have context, but speaking of context, let's see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. We'll start off always at home. We'll start off with the Business Day newspaper. On the front page of Business Day paper, the big headline here says, federal finances under strain as debt costs swallow revenues. That's on the front page of Business Day this morning. Again, on the front page, Nigeria has quietly redominated its currency without saying so. That's on page 31 of the papers. And on page 31 still, it says 57 years after, Lassa fever still stalks Nigeria. And on page 30, what you were talking about, petrol prices cross 1,000 naira per litre.
There we go.
Queues resurface worldwide.
Even at
I'm beginning to think everyone needs to
plus.
just leave their houses at midnight and take a bus or something, because...
Well, again, for those who live in Lagos, Lagos government has made things a bit easier by having the train in place, of course, BRT. But if you look at it, there's some certain places you want to go to, BRT and the train system will not take you to those destinations. So at some point, you have to either drive your vehicle. If you don't have a vehicle, you have to use commuter buses, shuttle buses that will probably take you. If you're a regular person who takes, if you're a regular train, commuter, stops you at the station, you have to take a shuttle bus to where you're going to. So either ways, right, you will feel the pinch. And bus drivers, and of course, those who drive, the bike people, we don't have bikes everywhere, some few places, but those who make a living from transportation, business, most definitely will increase their cost of transportation. And that will have a ripple effect. Talking about it, flowing down to the fact that cost of food will be expensive, because those who are the restaurant owners, those who are into food business and fast food, as the case may be, have to go buy these things. Even if they get supplies, they will still have to use transportation. And now, it will trickle down to be the more you pay transportation, the more you want to increase the cost of food, so that you can meet up, when you're going back to the market. So what this means for business is everybody will feel the impact one way or the other. And if care is not taken, it will get to the point where it begins to affect the health sector, because you have doctors have to come to work one way or the other, and they cannot catch up or meet up, right? Most definitely they want to ask for a raise. If it's a private hospital, how long do they want to run the diesel generator? Some people have to live on life support in those private hospitals. So, of course, the cost of diesel right now is no longer what it used to be. It's now a bit higher because we now know what's going on in the Middle East. The U.S., Israel, Iran war. Of course, we know U.S. and Israel were the ones that attacked Iran. And, of course, the Straits of Hormuz already is being threatened. And if it remains that way for a long time, definitely cost of per barrel around the world, right, will increase. Hence the reason why this whole thing is affecting Nigeria when we are other. But my question now is, we are an oil producing nation. Shouldn't it be the other way around? If the Strait of Hormuz is being threatened and there's war in the Middle East, which there is right now, right, caused by US and Israel, let's be honest, because they attack, they are the attackers. But whichever it is, and Iran is not even looking at, pulling down or surrendering, as the case may be. So we're likely going to see a longer period into this whole thing. What plans have countries put in place, especially us here in Nigeria, to mitigate these things?
Are there plans?
Like I said, we're an oil producing nation. Shouldn't we be able to say, okay, since some certain countries can't get their crude oil on time, can they come and buy from Nigeria? We should be making a lot of money now. Hence, the reverse, having Nigerians enjoy it, but it's still on the rise. We have refineries. We also have modular refineries. We have Dangote spearheading everything at the moment. Unless maybe he's telling me he's buying crude oil from outside the country, or maybe we're not getting enough crude oil from our own, pipelines or whatever, it's wherever he gets it from in Nigeria. If that be the case, then I can understand. But if we're getting it from Nigeria, how does that affect it? Well, those who are economists and oil experts will probably explain. I wish I had Dikbo. We had Dikbo here. We explained to us more.
We should definitely have Dikbo sometime this week to speak more on Dikbo or Ibrahim to speak more on these stories. I was also seeing federal finances under strain as debt cuts swallow revenues. 57 years after, Lassa fever still stalks Nigeria. It's sad when you talk about a country this big, this overly populated,
200 plus million
and we're
Nigerians.
still talking about things that have been existing for donkey years.
Lassa fever.
Negative things and we're not seeing changes. Meanwhile, we get to see positive things are not consistent.
Right.
But the negatives happen to
swallow up
be consistent. And that's what I don't understand, because if you're talking about consistency, you can be consistent in both ways, and I'll be like, okay, we're not moving, but maybe we're consistent with this. But why are we consistent with the negatives? I leave it there.
Well, if I wish we could leave it there, but again, even if we talk from now to tomorrow, those who are supposed to be implementing measures on ground, putting measures on ground to be able to, reduce this whole, or put it this way, tackle this issue of, this disease. Like, they don't do their part, then we'll just be wagging our chins.
And a lot needs to be done about our healthcare sector.
Most definitely.
We've talked about fuel price that's increased now, and how the Straits of Hormuz and tied into that. But petrol, electricity, healthcare, education, these are so many. Security. These are all the areas that need urgent attention from the Nigerian authority. Nigerian government needs to pay these 5 different areas urgent attention. And I hope they are listening, wherever it is they are. I hope they actually take action, because it is never, people are crying. They say it every time that you're Nigeria, it's like there is multi-level poverty.
Right.
So before you talk about just poverty, maybe poverty when we're talking about Naira, Kobo. But what did you say, even Kobo? Naira. But now we're talking about multi-dimensional poverty. There's energy poverty, there is educational poverty, there's healthcare poverty, multi-dimensional poverty. It's
never been this bad in a long time.
And we're talking about giant of Africa. I see why people laugh when they say these things. We have to be honest with ourselves and go back to the drawing board and just do what needs to be done. It's a systemic problem, and if there needs to be change, if there must be change, or if there will be change,
it should start like yesterday.
It has to be a complete overhaul of the system. But yes, let's see what we have on Vanguard paper.
Most definitely. So the Vanguard here, I wish I could say it's all good news, but let's just take it as it comes. Iran names Mujtaba, Khomeini's son, new supreme leader. I was going to break down that because of time. I'll just let it go. But again, you can see more of that one in page 41. Most definitely, you get to find out. Although we see on the streets, it's all over TV. You see the streets of Iran, people are jubilating and they're ready to, to receive him, and hopefully he will guide them through. Iran is going through a lot at the moment. But it's the interesting thing is that they are defending themselves very well. They have what it takes, and of course we'll see the whole world is seeing how it's unfolding. I think, ironically, I don't think, so put this way, did Trump and Netanyahu, right, see this coming, that the rest of the world will be tilting towards Iran? They didn't see that coming. Now, just before we jump to the next, and I think Trump probably might be presented with only 3 options as it stands. 1, retreat. He wouldn't want to retreat because of fear of losing face. The second option could be, right, to send in troops into a country of 90 million with harsh terrain. Do you know how that's going to turn out? Many countries in the past have tried it. They failed woefully. And then the third and final option, which is to nuke Iran. He can't even do that because he would draw in global and international, issues that will mean the end for some certain countries. So there we go. Anyways, Iranians already are celebrating the son of Khamenei, who was killed during the bomb blast. His son now is taking over. So very quickly, let's go. He says, hope rises for PDP as Benga Hashim's shuttle diplomacy yields breakthrough in page 8. We'll see that one there. Let's jump down so that we can save time. The major one here says, how FG's 2.3 billion, wow, electricity project failed.
Is that pounds, euros?
No, I think that is, well, you can call it pounds if you like. However it is, it's more stories there. Let's leave it at that.
Right. Okay. So we can take more stories.
Should we? Do we have the time? We'll probably we'll jump to
any more time. We need to see what we have on the cartoon of the day real quick and move to the business week with the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aibogun. So let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day real quick on the screen. That's it. So you see buildings, and then you see these are like missiles.
Yeah, missiles, landing in.
And then these missiles have names. We have corruption missile, genocide missile, insecurity missile, nepotism missile, political violence, hunger, electoral fraud, religious fanaticism. These are all of the issues.
Problems,
and so many more that we're facing in Nigeria. But we have to leave it here today on the newspaper review right here on the BusinessDay Breakfast. We'll be back to see what we have on the big story as well as the social segment. But before then, at 9 a.m., join the Business Week. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
Welcome to this week's edition of Business Week. As usual, in the course of the next 1 hour, we will be examining some important economic developments concerning Nigeria and, of course, the rest of the world. I have, as usual, in the studios, Bumi, and, of course, Lolade, the editor of Business Day. But before we get on with the conversation today, let's just remind you of some of the important things, important developments around the world. Of course, you must be aware now that oil price has surged above the $100 a barrel mark. It is also expected that the Nigerian Bonny Light will be higher than that, given that it attracts a more premium than Brent crude. Iran has elected the son of the slain religious leader as the replacement for his father. All news media announcing this describe him as a radical, more like his father, infuriating the United States, especially President Trump, who says he will take exception to Iran, naming a leader who does not meet his own expectation. Of course, the central bank is powering ahead to issue more treasury bills this week, in the process of helping government to finance key developmental needs. I guess that will be it for now with the headlines from around the world. Today we are very focused on a single topic, even if we're going to break that into two. We want to look at the state of the finances of the federal government and, of course, that of the state government in Nigeria. We want to ask the question, do budgets mean anything these days? What about the emerging phenomenon of off-budget financing? What does it mean? Is it legal? And, of course, the point that we have explored earlier, where we looked at how it is that you have a separate ministry of budget that does budgeting, and then you have a ministry of finance whose business it is to finance the budget. Because of this, Nigeria has had lately the dilemma of not knowing who has the responsibility to issue budget performance reports. Finance ministry officials say they do not plan the budget, and so it is not their duty to provide a reporting on how well or how poorly the budget is doing. Anyway, let's get on with it. First, the matter of the finances of the federal government, we see a huge dent placed on it by the debt service obligation. So Lolade, where exactly is Nigeria at today with federal government finances?
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate paradox. You know, at the start of the reforms that the president implemented in 2023, the thinking, the expectation was that it would free up more revenues for, you know, the federal government and the states as well, the federation. But what we're seeing play out now is a situation where, while the states are flush with cash, the federal government is actually broke. And if you look at the numbers, although the federal government has not been publishing the budget implementation report as at Wendy, but the last report that was published was for the second quarter of 2025. And if you look at those numbers, you would find that, so on the expenditure side, recurrent expenditure, spot on.
100%.
100% yes, achieved. And of course, that that consists of debt, recurrent expenditure and non-debt. Yes, precisely. So that's on spot on. In fact, you find that the debt servicing cost was even 24% higher than the projected amount because of the higher interest rates. So that's on that end. But if you look at capital expenditure, abysmal.
That's where we're struggling.
Yes, less than 10%. So that just
and no one is saying anything about it.
No one is saying anything. You know, it's only of recent that it has really come to the fore from the budget defense sessions at the National Assembly, where, you know, multiple ministers were just taking turns to really expose the rot in the system and how a lot of them have not been getting funding for capital projects. And that's why it's now a big deal and everyone is talking about it. But really, it's a case where the federal government's debt burden is now really coming home to bear on its finances, and there's really little or nothing left for capital expenditure, because that is, I mean, you know that salary payments and, you know, just debt servicing is not as flexible as capital expenditure, right? Those other ones are, you know, you're obligated to make those payments, but you can, you know, dance around with capital expenditure, and that's what's happening. And it's a pity, you know, given that the economy grew by, was it 3.8% in 2025, and that just tells us that happened, you know, irrespective of the fact that the government did not really do its best to support that growth. Exactly, did not pull its weight. So it's a big problem. While the states on one end are, you know, basking in the middle of cash, the federal government is in trouble.
How did we get here?
Yeah, so
I know that there's been exceptionally high borrowing.
Yeah.
But then they tell us they know what they're doing.
Yeah, you know, sir, if you think about it, the previous administration, the Buhari administration, yes, there was this intent to ensure that interest rates did not, you know, go to the level where it should be. So it was kept artificially low, you know, working with the central bank governor at the time, Godwin Emefiele. And I remember that part of the reason...
And part of that was keeping the exchange rate
yes,
at the level they kept
exactly.
So that the dollar...
component of the debt servicing would not... Yes. So those two things have changed now. So you don't have artificially low interest rates anymore. You know, then you had interest rate suppression because the government knew that you needed to borrow so much and then needed the interest rate to be low to accommodate that.
And for its numbers to add up, yeah?
Precisely. But that is gone now with the new central bank governor trying to ensure that, you know, inflation is the primary goal here, attaining price stability. And if you want that, obviously you have to increase interest rates. And if you look at it, interest rates have actually more than doubled since 2022. It was 11.5%, right, in 2022. And now it's 26.5. So that's one problem for the federal government. Another one is, as you've rightly said, the exchange rate. So it was being kept that low as well because, you know, it was helping to ensure that the external component of the debt stock did not balloon overnight. But that's exactly what has happened. Exactly. But that's exactly what has happened because you know that the federal government has to service part of these loans even in Naira anyway.
Yes.
So that has now ballooned as well because the exchange rate has moved from about 400 to where it is now 1,400. So those two factors is what is really shaping this terrible finances you're seeing on the part of the federal government. But the states don't have that kind of problem anymore.
Yeah, we'll come to the states later. So, Bumi, what do you think? I mean, how long are we going to have to cope with this situation?
In fact, let me even ask this couple of observations. You talked about the budget. So the last time you said that Q2 2025 was released apart from the rest. So my own is that, do you know that when looking at oil revenues, they only spent about, I think they only received about
5
1.5 trillion from about,
It was supposed to be 5.2
trillion. They were supposed to get, and it was
1.5
for just
the second
quarter alone.
Last year.
Yes, for last year alone. But non-oil, they were able to exceed it. Non-oil was about 8.9 trillion that they got in Q2.
Thanks to CIT.
Exactly. And then I think you also have capital expenditure. From about, let's say, I think 4.9 that was budgeted, they only spent about 394 billion naira. And I'm like, what really happened? Why did you receive so little, 1.5? It's not even up to half of the projected revenue. And funny enough, this is now that we even need to tap into the opportunities with the Iran war. Middle East crisis that has now escalated. You said about oil price over $100 per barrel. We should begin to reap the benefits of that, the windfall, but we're not producing above 2 million. We're not even up to 2 million barrels. So my own is, what really happened? Why did the government really did not even get up to half their projected? I mean, Q2 alone 1.5. What does that tell about the second quarter? Although we might actually get more than that, but still, it's just something that I'm concerned about.
So that's a new element, Lolade, because you spoke about two. Firstly, the exchange rate that has now made the naira part of debt quite button, and then of course the attempt by the Buhari administration to keep interest rate at artificially low levels. When you add to that, then there is the point that Bumi has made about the shortfall in oil revenues. I think that's really chaotic. You ask yourself, where is NNPC? They are missing in action without any question. When NNPC's leadership was named, everybody acclaimed the quality and caliber of the people, whether the management or the board. They have failed the people without any question. Isn't that the case?
Clearly. And I think that's also the basis for the executive order that the president has implemented, to just say that perhaps there's some leakages in the system that's ensuring that is keeping oil revenue low, because it's a real problem. We can say that. And that's why, if you also notice, you see that Nigeria has gradually become a non-oil economy, really.
It's painful.
It's shocking, really. And then if you notice, the strong linkage that used to exist between, say, for instance, the currency and oil prices is not really there
anymore. That correlation
you don't have the oil revenues
broken.
to back. It's broken. I mean, the manner in which it has happened, I don't think the government prepared for it. It would have been nice if it was done, maybe this is happening off the back of some deliberate policies, to just open up the non-oil sector and boost non-oil exports and what have you. But I think they are also surprised at what is happening, but there's no doubt that there's a big hole in oil revenues, and that is also part of what is dragging the federal government's revenues.
I'd like to explore this at some point. Is Nigeria still an oil-producing economy, or to what extent have we lost that label? But yes, Bumi.
I think it depends on the contribution. How much does non-oil revenue contribute to?
No, I mean, like you said, in the second quarter it was 8 trillion, right? Compared to 1.5 trillion from oil. So there you go.
But so how can we sustain that? Because you talked about the
CIT, company contacts.
I think the non-oil
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
We welcome you back to this week's edition of Business Week. Today we have been examining the state of the federal government finances, made worse by increasing debt service cost or obligation, made worse by the failure of the oil sector to deliver the expected finances or revenues, made worse by the recklessness of past administration of the late General Muhammadu Buhari. But here we are. Debt service exceeds budgetary allocation, and it leaves the government with virtually nothing after it has done that and managed to cover wages cost. Now, we were saying before we went on break that the structure of the Nigerian economy is changing significantly, given the reducing contribution by percentage of the oil sector to the economy. We have seen GDP, contribution. We have seen revenue contribution. So Nigeria is essentially now, you probably will be allowed to say, is a non-oil economy, even if we know that the oil sector can do much better than it's doing at the moment, and government must never sleep on that goal of trying to get the oil sector to be more efficient. Now let's pivot to the state government and local government. Whereas the federal government is in pain with how very little it has to meet key responsibilities, the states, on the other hand, are awash in cash. In fact, someone from the government was telling me that, but you can choose to believe what you want to believe, that some of the states that are decamping from the opposition to the APC are doing so simply because they have never had it better in terms of revenues. But clearly, no one can say that as the finances of the states get better, that people, the Nigerians, who essentially all live in states, that they can hit their chest and say that their life is getting better. So again, Laura, you started with a paradox. Yeah. That's another paradox, isn't it?
It is. And I think it's just, it just goes to show, it just asks the question, what are they investing the extra cash that they are getting? What are they investing it in? Are they investing it in human capital? Is it education? Is it healthcare that is taking the priority for them? But clearly it's not. And it's quite a pity because at this point you would expect that given the amount of money that's just available to the states, you can see most of their budgets, for instance, for 2026, a lot of states, you see like a 300% increase in their expenditure, which is just a sign that, yes, they are making so much money now from FAC allocations and all of that. And you would expect that also they would ensure that this money is able to trickle down to the average citizen, right? But it's not really happening at the scale that people would want to see because they're prioritizing other things. But I hope that this is really a wake-up call to Nigerians to demand more from their state governments at this point. There's been a lot of focus on the federal government over the years, and rightly so anyway, but I think for once now it's more important to also focus on the states and how they are utilizing the extra resources that they have available to them at this point, because they really do have significant resources, and they will need to be accountable really for how they use those resources.
All of my adult life, it has been the case that the federal government is more endowed, that state governments run to the federal government for bailout. Yeah. It appears that the table has reversed.
Yes, it has, absolutely.
So what happened? Yeah. How did we get to a point where the states are now washing?
Let me just give that a stab. I think it's really because the reforms that we've seen, the naira devaluation, the removal of fuel subsidy, good. But for the federal government, which has a significant external debt stock, now these states, most of them don't even have the capacity to tap the international capital market. Maybe you just take out Lagos, right? But the other states don't have that capacity. So they don't have that external debt stock. So once you devalue the currency, you increased already the external debt component for the federal government and for states like Lagos, right? But majority of the other states don't have to worry about that. They only have domestic debt exposures, right? Naira exposure. So the minute
they have more naira.
They have more naira, so they are fine. They don't need to worry about servicing loans in dollars and all of that. So they have more money. And then they also have, the reforms that you've seen, particularly with VAT, it puts more cash in the hands of the states and the federal government, right? So you have a situation where the states get as high as 50%, the federal government gets like about 15%. So for the states, this is, all of the reforms that we've seen since 2023 has been a net positive for them. And that's why we're in this situation where it looks like they are richer now than the federal government.
And I also hear, and I heard this from a senior official in the Federal Ministry of Finance, that since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in, the usual deduction levied on state government FAC allocation has been reduced and in some cases stopped, which adds a separate dimension to the significantly improved finances of the state government.
And it's why the president said that, this electricity subsidy body, the federal government cannot continue to shoulder it alone. Why don't the states come and take a part of it? After all, you guys have more money than we do, so it's only right that you...
The same will happen with state police as well. If state governments take up the duty of policing their states, that will mean taking a significant portion of federal government.
So, it's time, really. That's why I said it's important now that we start to ask the right questions of the state, because they have a bigger role. There's the opportunity now to play a bigger role in the country than they've ever done, especially when it comes to impacting the lives of people.
They are closer.
But if we're waiting for the federal government, it might not happen anytime soon. Because you asked the question, for how long will this last? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. It's really up in the air, especially with what's happening now in the Middle East. And if that impacts inflation, then you know that the central bank
is it possible to just take a look at the states and just begin to do a ranking in terms of the states that have seen such significant increase? Does this apply mostly to states that earn derivation revenues? Is it across the board? You spoke about VAT earlier. VAT has nothing to do with derivation. It's just more cash, essentially, for every state in Nigeria. I think it would be important to look at what has happened on a month-by-month basis or quarter-by-quarter basis, just looking at the states. And because when you can present such a data, then that will help Nigerians and know where to begin to put the pressure. What states are benefiting and where do they park their cash, their surplus cash, and why can't they take on new things like creating a solid electricity market in their states, attracting investment to help their states grow, because it will bite them if they don't, because the decision to invest would.
I actually think that maybe the reason you pointed out tracking those states is most of these states are not transparent to their budget numbers. If you look, you talked about,
but it means that it's time now to begin to call them more transparent.
Maybe they are hiding something.
Because we haven't really made those calls intense.
In fact, most times I look at budget office, I see federal budget. I don't see much, not from the states. You budgeted an amount of money to do this, but okay, you've seen the actual, you prolata the actual, how much have you spent, how much have you gotten? You don't, they are not transparent or detailed as the federal government.
A lot of them now that have increased their budget, a lot of people say it's just a paper increase, really, that it might not really translate to actual work, but most of them don't release this budget implementation report. So I think it's important now to just beam the spotlight on them.
States should release
that. They should be more
budget implementation reports like the federal government.
So that people can then scrutinize those reports and then really know.
But I think where to start would be to just look at the basic numbers in terms of FAC allocation, which that data is at the is at the federal government level and can be sourced, just to look at what has happened to FAC allocation to the states over a period, and then you can dimension the increase that states have now seen, and then where possible begin to do that on a state-by-state basis. I'm sure that that would
the NBS has a breakdown of such states.
And then later, as more transparency is brought to bear, that you then begin to get data around spending by the states, where they spend their money on, for that also to happen. But I just believe that as a newspaper, BusinessDay would probably want to just look at maybe one state in each geopolitical zone and just focus on those states and use them as case studies for what is happening. Because if you want to face all of them, you may have the challenge or the difficulty. And then we did a report some months ago about state spending, even if you just look at the budget, and we're not even sure how much of the budget is actually released. If you just look at the budgeted sums for education and health, which are proxies, you know, at least for measuring government intentions. But as we have said, I think it is really going after transparency and pushing them and working with the Governors Forum as well to bring some light to bear on what is happening at the states. Because I believe that some of the governors themselves who have come under pressure, who think they are doing the right thing, would like that data to come out so that they can hopefully be excused. Because you can't say that all of them are the same in terms of recklessness. Some are probably more efficient in their spending.
The others,
but I think that usually when it comes to FAC, isn't like Lagos and Co the ones that get Lagos, oil producing states that usually get most of this large portion.
The point is not so much about who gets the highest now. Is to just look at the simple number.
The change has happened.
This time last year, how much did Lagos get? And this year, how much did they get? And to then say, okay, fine, it's more or less. And if it's more, to say, okay, what do you do with it? It's not enough for the states just to pay salaries.
It's not. But that's what they
I know that has improved, but it's not enough. You know, there has to be other ways to impact the people beyond the payment of salaries.
They're coming from a very low base. You know, years where you had unpaid salaries. Now they're clearing those salaries. That's already a sign for me that yes, they do have more funds available to them now. They don't have unpaid or owed salaries anymore. You know, but there's a lot of work for the states to do, really. Even if it's to look at, for instance, just attracting foreign direct investment. In Nigeria, you have 36 states plus the FCT, and only 5 states are able to raise
foreign, not more than
capital.
5 are able
and it
to
says
raise.
A lot. It tells you a lot about the structure of the states.
And there is also a point to talk about the quality of personnel at the state level as well as at the local government level. We'll conclude the conversation by talking about local government, but let's just look at the quality of personnel. You know, I mean, someone was telling me a story, and a true story, not too long ago. A governor had declared a state of emergency for 7 days after some bandit activities. And so someone asked him, okay, so you are declaring 7 days of emergency or 7 days of money. What do you do on day 1? What do you do on day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, 6, and 7? It turned out that the governor had not even averted his mind to that at all. So if you don't have a sense of improving the quality of people at the state level, it doesn't matter how much they get. The impact will remain muted.
Yes.
So how does the state attract good people?
I think maybe just by track record, just to see, because I really can. If you look at our governors, I really...
Do they really care?
I don't know how many are from the private sector. Because most of the governors we have, just my own opinion, are just political appointed. We don't really know much about them. I remember when, for example, maybe let me move towards not the state or just the minister as an example. When Tinubu appointed or nominated some of his ministers, I tried to do like a background check, like we normally do. I couldn't find a lot of information. Even the ambassadors that I did a profile, I couldn't place my hand on something concrete. I went to Lindy, like there was maybe like one it was not detailed enough. It was Lindy.
So if it is that bad at the federal level, can you imagine how bad it is at the local government and the local government level? Yeah.
I mean, look at
Nigerians don't pay attention to what happens at the local government level.
That's because most of if you look at the government levels and local government elections, we don't really, for example, they do council or chairman. I don't even. We don't know much about it.
We must say there's an exception with Lagos, though. Yeah. The quality of the people.
Yeah, that's a different one. Yeah.
It's not just that they are good people, but there is also a significant amount of them going from the private sector into
more of the private sector coming.
And there may be one or two cases in the states. The truth is that you have governors who are chartered accountants. Yeah. But the question is the quality of people that they surround themselves with, and how they themselves are being empowered and mandated to help in managing.
But for the state governors, isn't it on them to surround themselves with the right set of people?
Yeah, but I mean, I believe that in the past the states were struggling just to find the cash. Now that they have more of that cash, the struggle will be different. It will be now about what do we do with it. That will, in my view, lead to what quality of people that they bring in. People who can think independently, people who can use a little and get much from it.
We need that.
I think that's what the states
but
need.
like you said, sir, they have the money now to get, if they get the right people.
If
they get the right people. Because we don't know. I'm just saying, just based on historical trend, just trends, you have more money. What do you do with that money? Do you understand? Do you keep it in your pocket? Does corruption increase? So it's just a dicey situation now. You talked about getting the right people. How many governors can think the way you're thinking? So that's another thing.
Yeah, we have to begin to suggest that for governors, that's the way to go. Improving the quality of people in government will help the states.
Yeah.
It might lead to a slight increase in the wages
budget,
but it's worth it because it should be seen as an investment. Some states might find it difficult to find people from their own state, which then raises the question: should they go outside of their state to bring in people, maybe contractor? On contract or consultants. But clearly, this is the time for state governments in Nigeria to seek to optimize resource allocation, improve welfare of their people. The rain doesn't fall all the time, so I think it would be naive for the state governments to think that they will always be in this position. If the federal government's distress continues, they may initiate a change in the revenue allocation formula, which would then mean that states will lose some of what they are getting now. So it's important. We can't even, there's no time, no meaning even talking about local governments. I mean, we spoke about local governments the other day, about just going to the internet and checking websites and seeing that most of the local governments in Nigeria are missing, not to talk of having sensible, current, real-time data on their website. But I think we will bring our conversation to a close today. But any final thought, Lolade and Bumi?
Bumi, go first. Ladies first.
Okay, so just like what you talked about, the states have cash now. I think another thing we also need to point out is, are they disciplinary actions? Like, are they disciplined if they default? That's another thing. Because I don't think I've heard of any. I mean, then we had the ministers, they have the scorecard. Do the states have a scorecard? That's another thing. Maybe if we start implementing scorecard for the state, they'll be on their toes and do the needful, the rightful things to do. So that's all. From they have the cash now, think they should get the right personnel.
Shouldn't newspapers
develop that scorecard?
Develop that scorecard.
Yeah.
They won't develop it themselves.
They will not. Yeah.
So that's the business of the newspapers.
We should take that up. I mean, and it's easy to do that. You could just agree on certain metrics.
Yes.
Foreign direct investment, like we talked about, ease of doing business.
Yes. And then track them.
Investment in human capital, because that's key. So how much of their budget is allocated to health and education, and not just the budget. Now, how much is actually spent?
How much is released?
Those areas, how much is released, to those areas and things like that. Yeah.
But I'm saying on the part of the government, like something they can do.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is
they won't track themselves.
The media has a duty to ensure that those in authority are held accountable.
Okay.
And part of that is creating a scorecard.
Media people.
Now, let me close today by just alluding to something very funny that I saw towards the end of last week on the internet. People were mocking Nigeria, mocking the government when they found that statements issued by a particular diplomatic mission abroad, a Nigerian diplomatic mission abroad, had a Yahoo email. And you thought that this was long gone. So Nigerian government, even embassies abroad, are still using Yahoo email.
Wow.
What's wrong with Nigeria?
That's a pity, really. It just shows that we're not really evolving with the times. That's what it means. I mean, can you imagine someone still using Skype today?
Yeah.
Instead of Zoom or anything like
that. It's such a pity.
It's gone.
And then finally, I mean, the point you just made about Bola, whatever is his name, and his engagement with Al Jazeera. First thing I want to say about that is serious journalism.
Yeah.
Without any question.
Absolutely.
Journalism that can change things.
Yeah.
And the second thing is beware what you say. It might come to haunt you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think Bola, someone said, Bola, who is he anyway? We probably gave him more respect because he was in the opposition, and it's very easy to criticize and insult people. Now he's unwilling to make the criticism now, and not only that, he's forgotten the bad things that he said about
absolutely forgotten.
Those who are his principals.
In fact, there was a video I saw where at each point where he denied saying what he was, what he said,
they brought a
video where he was said it was just,
and he did not.
And
he did not say that.
Say, oh my word, I didn't say.
He did not say that video is not him.
Should I say it's AI?
No, he didn't know. He didn't know. It was so. I think it was another edit that was done after the interview. Where someone edited the video to then insert videos where evidence of where he said those things he said he didn't say. So he didn't know at the time that those videos were being played immediately after. And that's why he kept denying, and he kept going on and on and on and saying, no, I didn't say that. When did I say that? The point, oh my goodness, it was a mess.
Again, you ask yourself, how does the government profile people that it appoints? I mean, must you just go to the opposition and look for people who are willing to switch, and then you appoint them, regardless of the integrity that they have lost? Because it's not just a shame on Bola, it's also a shame on this government.
Absolutely.
But anyway, it's for government to deal with that. We will bring our conversation to a close today. This has been another edition of Business Week. We will, of course, see you on Monday next week. Goodbye.
Information is everywhere. but insights. That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, The government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on Business Day Television. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's now been 1 week since hostilities involving the United States, Israel and Iran began, and the ripple effects are already being felt across global markets. Oil prices have soared amid fears of supply disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz, a critical passage through which a significant share of the world's crude oil passes. For Nigeria, an oil-dependent company, the implications are complex. Higher oil prices could boost export earnings and government revenue, but they could also drive higher fuel costs, inflation, and pressure on households. So 1 week into the conflict, what does this mean for Nigeria's economy, its currency, and the cost of living? Well, joining me to unpack this morning is economics Adegboyega Adebayo and also Adebajo. One other interesting thing is also the fact that he's a financial and business advisor with nearly 25 years of experience in investment banking and corporate finance, and he currently serves as the managing director of Afriji Finance Company. So he's the absolute right person to speak on this conversation. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Let me start on a broader note. 1 week into this conflict involving the US, Israel, and Iran, what are the most immediate economic signals we are seeing globally, and how do they translate to Nigeria's economy?
Well, okay, so first of all, despite the fact that the Gulf scenario has been a potential flashpoint for so long, it's amazing that there's just no way you can prepare for the fallouts of an actual conflict occurring. Straight away, we've seen that the shipping passage of the Strait of Hormuz is not just about oil, but it just so happens that all around there are oil-producing nations, and about a significant percentage of the world's trade in oil passes through the passage. So the immediate escalation, the immediate effect was a rise in the price. I mean, we're 8 days through, and locally, and when I say locally, I mean in Nigeria, we've already seen 2 instances of prices going up at the pumps in filling stations in Nigeria. But even globally, the WTI, World Trade Index for oil, has been rising. And some people say initially at the first rise that was recorded, there was a bit of smiles all around, and it was like, oh, it's way above Nigeria's benchmark, and it's going to look good on the foreign reserves, as it were. But then again, once the pump price went up and it started to hit, economic realities came to be, and everyone just started thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
And one other thing for us to note is also the fact that Nigeria is an oil exporting country. So clearly higher crude prices could theoretically be good news. But at the same time, Nigerians are worried about fuel prices and inflation. Would you say Nigeria is actually benefiting from this crisis, or are we facing more economic pain than gain? Because I will speak for myself. I'll tell you we're facing more economic pain, because we're talking about over 1,000 naira now for fuel.
Yeah. So you'll probably find that it's a lot easier for a direct impact to the man on the streets or the woman in her car, just like you said. But the most important thing here we should note is that no matter how it wants to translate in terms of foreign reserves rising, enough naira coming in to be able to reduce the budget deficit, at the end of the day, that gap between macroeconomic indices and what's happening at the microeconomic level to the average Nigerian is still there. It gets a lot more profound. As you well know, once energy costs start rising, there's a throughput to everything else in the economy, whether it's food in terms of agriculture, whether it's in terms of services, passenger airfares, everything is going to be affected. And then there's a big question really as to what's going to happen to the exchange rates regarding all this. Will it be stable? Will it be stronger? Not exactly stronger, but it will probably fall a bit. That being said, let's bear in mind that there are risks. Just because the oil price has risen at the current volume of production of crude oil in Nigeria, yes, it can bring in certain benefits, but if we do not maintain that volume or even increase it, the long-term benefits are not there. So in the short term, it will impact you and I on the streets, inflation in terms of prices. But in the long term, Nigeria ought to gain from that as a country. And those gains, we as citizens are expected to also benefit from that. But in the long term, I said.
Absolutely. We're also seeing that oil output is still below its full capacity.
Yeah.
We're seeing prices rising globally. Would you say we're positioned to take advantage of this potential oil windfall?
Well, one thing is we're pretty much, as a monoproduct economy, right, there are quite a few experts around in terms of oil and gas. Just this morning I was reading about the resolution of OPL 245, significant hydrocarbons in that field. President had to step in. This has to be quickly translated into production so that we can increase the volumes, because we're not producing up to the OPEC quota we have yet. So there's still a margin there, and we need to take advantage of that. In addition to that, one reason why we're seeing the rise in oil prices at the pumps is because the Dangote refinery, which is actually the only domestic refinery working right now, relies a lot, takes a lot more of its feedstock from imports. And so those high prices, which it has to buy, because he's going to have to keep that refinery running. It's very expensive to shut down a refinery and then start it up again. It's better, it's cheaper always to keep it running. So he's going to keep it running, and that means he's going to be importing crude. But once NNPC can agree to ensure that they supply a lot more to the Dangote refinery, we may be able to see an instance where less dependent on foreign oil means that the price rises aren't going to be abrupt. But there is a challenge there. Will the NNPC want to sell locally at an advantageous price, or will they want to take advantage of the high international prices and boost the nation's economy? So these are balances that need to be seen to.
Speaking about boosting the nation's economy, I'm also very curious to know what this means for Naira in the coming weeks. I mean, we know clearly that higher oil prices could improve foreign exchange inflows, even perhaps strengthen Nigeria's reserves. But there's on the other side, we have the issue of geopolitical crisis also tending to push our investors, towards safer assets. So really, what would you say this means for Naira in the next coming weeks, maybe in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Well, I can tell you that quite a few people are watching the US dollar assets, but not in terms of solid assets, rather in terms of cash being held in dollars. And it's unwise at this time to hold cash in dollars, because the clear outcome of what's happening in the Gulf is not certain yet. Right now, it depends on who you're listening to. The narrative on the Iranian side is that, we're hitting Israel, there's a lot happening, we're not giving up, we're not stopping. A new supreme leader has been appointed. And on the other side, you've got the Americans saying, we've already won the war. I mean, there was a statement I read this morning the United Kingdom was getting ready to send a naval destroyer to the Gulf, and Trump said, we've already won the war, we don't need that right now. So but those sorts of narratives are actually part of the war. And until we're able to come to a table, or they're able to come to a table, and we understand what's happening, we won't be certain if at all there was a winner in the war. And that's why there's this concern in the analysis we're doing, because the big question is, how long is this situation going to persist? If it goes on for another 2-3 weeks, I can only imagine where the prices will be and how it's going to impact everything else. I mean, from this week, I'm pretty sure the impact of increases last week will start to affect goods that are transported into Lagos. Diesel went up by as much as 70%. So goods coming into Lagos, whether it's food, whether, whatever it is, insurance costs for shipping have already gone up. So maybe the goods imported will still be at the old prices, but whoever is placing an import order now is going to have to pay those high prices. So we're going to see the trailing off effects later on.
And how significant could this, impact be on households themselves?
Well, okay, so let's step back a bit. And if you remember, usually when we get inflation figures, we get headline inflation, we get core inflation. And core inflation is when you remove energy prices and food prices from the baskets of goods. But you want to be careful here, because once you add headline inflation components, and that's food and energy, there ought to be a spike. There will be a spike. Again, food and energy impacts every other thing, every other type of service. So we are going to see how by the end of March that will lead to an increase in prices. And the challenge, as you know, is inflation measures the rate of increase. So it's not so much that it's going to be a fantastic gap in inflation if at all it rises. It's going to be about how quickly did those prices rise. With what happened last week, I think prices will start to rise this week, and in another 2 weeks we will see that there's a faster pace.
Right, and we're also seeing that some analysts are saying that a prolonged conflict could slow the global economic growth because of these energy shocks. If this happens, could we see the falling global demand eventually push oil prices back down and erase Nigeria's gains?
No, I don't see oil prices easily going back down. They will go back down because there's a reflection of tension, but you've got to understand that supply has presently been constrained, and so it will take a while for the supply chain to meet the demand that is pent up already before the prices then start to come down. And let's bear in mind that the crisis isn't just about oil or energy. There's much more in terms of different sorts of cargo that passes through the straits. So it's going to affect a lot. The world supply chain itself has a degree of disruption. If you don't want to ship through the Strait of Hormuz, you're going to reroute and take the longer route, which is past the Cape of Good Hope down at the bottom of South Africa. And that's a longer route. It makes imports more expensive. It's safer, but much more expensive. So all these are being considered. And I'm pretty sure right now you've got people at the World Trade Organization talking to the marine insurers. They're all trying to sort out what can we do to make sure that we do not have a situation where prices go up significantly this year because of the crisis.
Fantastic. But we're also seeing that Nigeria's 2026 budget benchmark for oil is significantly lower than the current market prices. Mr. Adebajo, could this conflict unexpectedly improve government revenues in the short term?
Well, again, short term, yes. And how that comes to be an impact in the long term is another thing. But do remember that, and this is where fiscal policy is very important. One, not too long ago, the central bank dropped 5.5% of the MPR. And so the idea was a bit more naira in circulation for businesses to do business. You know, the exchange rate has been improving in favor of the naira, so all the signs were looking good. Now, if we have a case where the government earns some excess revenue, the critical thing is, where is this going to be felt? Is it going to support small businesses? Some people have said, look, the Dangote refinery has said they will absorb 20% of any escalation cost escalations, and maybe the government itself should start to think in terms of how they can absorb some of the costs that's coming to the people, using the windfall to absorb those costs. I'm not so clear how that can be done directly without us having a subsidy conversation again, which is something we don't want to go back to. But yes, it's possible to think through that and find a way to cushion that for citizens. But with respect to the government, yes, you and I can be pretty sure that by the end of March, or maybe in April, the amounts to be distributed to the states and local governments through the FAC and JAC will be significantly higher.
Right, and beyond oil itself, we often see that wars in the Middle East often, we find it disrupting shipping routes and supply chains. How much exposure is Nigeria to these global trade disruptions?
Clearly, like I said earlier, we're an import-dependent country. A lot comes in textiles, all sorts of goods from China, from Europe, from Asia. And once shipping insurance has gone up, you can be sure that costs of shipping will go up. Some ships actually should have left the straits, delivered their goods, and go elsewhere, because when ships are chartered, you know, it's not likely you have a ship waiting for, you know, I'm looking for business type of thing. So it means that there are some routes on the calendar that ships are supposed to have taken that they're not going to be able to do right now, and that's going to push up costs. So you've got demurrage costs. Maybe there are goods waiting to be forwarded in some port in some country, and the ship is stuck in the straits. So importers to Nigeria, if they've got goods in those ports waiting, they're going to have to pay excess to keep them there. And hopefully those goods will still be in pristine condition. Again, when those ships actually, for those ships that are available and they're coming this way from Asia, they're going to have to take the longer route. And then it's going to cost a lot more because of the diversion. So yes, it will impact the costs of importing goods into Nigeria, and we will see that in terms of pricing for those goods.
Right. And having said all of this, at a time like this, what should our policymakers be prioritizing? Should it be building reserves? Should it be stabilizing fuel prices? Should it be accelerating diversification away from oil? Which of these things should we be prioritizing?
So that's a very interesting question, and just a moment ago, I said we need to be careful about talking about subsidizing the price of oil. We know that the situation is temporary, you know, despite the fact that we don't know how long it will be in place, even if it's temporary. So would it be worth it to throw resources into that when we can increase our reserves and plan for the long term for the economy? I would rather take the routes where whatever windfalls come in are used to benefit the citizenry in the long term rather than, you know, immediate circumstances. I see a situation where the international organizations that are affected, and yes, it's a good thing it's not just Nigeria that's been affected, are looking for ways to resolve the crisis. Iran was very clear. They do not want a temporary ceasefire. They want a permanent end. And so when one of the parties is saying that, you know, we're not going to take a temporary thing, let's just end this. If we don't end it, then it continues. So that means that, you know, there's a possible path to ending the situation. And if that end comes before the end of March, I think, it'll be better off. We would have had 3 weeks of this intense situation, and we may have another 2 to 3 weeks of feeling the impact. But after 6 weeks, I expect the government will then formulate policies to try to reverse whatever adverse effects the conflict has had.
And on a final note, my question will be something I hope doesn't happen. In the case where this conflict escalates or drags on for more weeks or even months or whatnot, what are some of the biggest economic risks that Nigeria should be preparing for?
Well, there are significant ones, because even when we think we're getting a windfall from energy here, it's probably going to flip, and I really don't want to project beyond the end of March. I think it'll be pretty unreasonable to find the situation going before that. If we go into months, it's really, you're going to see fewer cars on the road, and that just would say a lot, because fewer cars means fewer people in the markets, fewer people being able to trade, costs and prices are so high. We may even go back to an almost COVID situation where a lot more work is remote. So let's just expect that the discussions will probably not take this beyond March. For that reason, we looked at a situation where the price of oil goes to like $150, which is not the extreme. The extreme is about $200, and that's a significant risk. It's going to impact inflation in such a way that you're going to find monetary policy wanting to tighten up. With respect to fiscal policy, it may appear that the governments may earn more revenue, but the expenditure plans for the government itself will mean that costs will rise. And therefore, those prioritized areas of the budget will be actually more expensive. So yes, you think you're getting a lot more revenue, but you're going to be spending more money at the end of the day. So a long-term situation is not the best in terms of stability, macroeconomic stability for the country.
So your answer is simply you don't hope it extends beyond March. So you're not even trying to.
And hope is not a plan, Elizabeth. Hope is not a plan. But you and I are sitting here, and there's very little we can do to actually stop what's going on and causing all this. The best we can do, and that's why I talk about a mindset to this. It starts first of all with the individual, trying to understand and to manage the circumstances. Once you know the direction of things, you can start to manage how you respond to that direction. Then it comes to the government next to see how best it can formulate policies to ensure that the negative impacts are not so significant on the citizens of the country. That is key. And then, the rest is to hope that, those parties concerned are able to resolve the matter as much as possible.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Adegboyega Adebajo, financial and business advisor, as well as the MD of Afrigi Finance Company. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure.
Well, this has been the Big Story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Christian communities are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. In shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
That my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Christian communities are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen. but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening right here on the show. This is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is still Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
Without wasting any more time, we'll go straight into the conversations people are engaging with online today. We'll start off with the very first one, which has gained our attention. It's the energy sector, where the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reportedly suspended all petrol loading operations on Sunday, which was yesterday, March 8, 2026. In a sudden move that caught many by surprise, hundreds of tanker drivers already queued at the multi-billion-dollar facility were instructed to leave the premises immediately, with all operations placed on an indefinite pause. Eyewitnesses reported that the atmosphere at the Lekki Free Trade Zone turned from bustling to silent within hours as refinery officials cleared the loading bays, citing operational adjustment, while no formal timeline for resumption was provided. Now, we are certainly seeing why we might be finding petrol costing more than it used to cost, and a little bit of strain in our pockets right now for people who have to buy petrol for their generators, for their cars, and just about almost everything, diesel and whatnot. We'll see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this new development going on in Nigeria and in the Dangote refinery, and most importantly in the energy sector. Loads and loads of things are happening, but let's see some of the tweets making the round. We'll check out what some Nigerians are saying. Only Truth says, the pattern is clear. We celebrate local refining until global prices bite, then blame the local giant. Independence was never going to shield us from the world's volatility. It's a mirror to how much we still outsource our stability. I like Only Truth because he actually came.
Sounds
with the
very
truth.
smart.
Abuja Bolt driver says, these things don't make sense. We get crude oil here in Nigeria. We refine the crude here in Nigeria. The fuel is sold here in Nigeria. How then is the war in Iran affecting Dangote?
This is the $1 trillion question that everybody keeps asking.
Let's see one more reaction onto this conversation. Omoluabi Agbakin says, this is concerning news. With everything already so expensive, another price hike could really hurt consumers. We need more transparency and support from the government to avoid another crisis. That's as much as we can take on this conversation.
You know, when you see a grown man breathe in and out, you just know that, look, there are too many things going on, in the head. However, I don't think I'm alone in such thoughts. Anyone who's watching at home right now will obviously share the same sentiment. Again, you don't even have to be a broadcaster to know this thing. Right? Any other person out there who's a layman will know. once there is any few shake-up, whether it is local, international, whether it is home base or not, it will affect cost of living. But the big question, like the other guy rightly asked, which is very important, is this: do we not have crude oil in our country? We do. In abundance, we do have it. So why is it that when the international world, sneezes, will catch a cold? This is where a lot of experts will tell you, for what it is, that we should have seen this coming as soon as, knowing who Donald Trump is, as soon as he started pushing threats towards Iran, would have quickly just mitigated it, made plans. But the question now is, have we always been, a preemptive nation? The answer might just be no. We've always been a nation that is reacting. We just react to nation. We're a reactive nation. Okay, wait until things have happened. What do we do next? What do we do to prevent this thing from happening? And again, this is where most of all those people, if it wasn't for Dangote, who are always on the show, say he does the Lord's work. If it wasn't for Dangote, if it was someone else, we probably could have said, are they purposely trying to make lives of Nigerians far more harder because we have this crude oil? All we have to do is to move the crude oil to the refinery.
I've been beginning to wonder where you got an Indian accent from.
All of a sudden.
Is it this,
because I've been watching too much of
this matter is as
most definitely
as fast power.
You turn on your phone, social media, everything, you have that news in front of you. If it's not issue of Iran, it's issue of this, of that. So the whole world right now is focused on it. I can shut my eyes and explain to anyone in 1 minute, teaser, that look, this was going on. Using the keywords, Strait of Hormuz, use keywords like, per barrel, use keywords that anyone will understand. And look, it has gone so bad that I even know the names of all the missiles right now. You have the Fatah 1, you have the Fatah 2, right? You have the Tomahawk missile, you have the Hellfire missile, right? What about all those? It just goes to make you understand that it is in front of us right now. Is it affecting the way and manner we do business in the country? Right. Most definitely. But this is the killer question now that will probably sweep us off sweep the carpet off our feet. How long will it last? We know in this country, history has taught us that if anything, for any reason, takes a step up, it never comes down.
Yeah.
But even if it does, how long will it stay at that level? Let's just hope and see.
But I think just on a more positive note, or maybe I always like to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I just spoke with a finance and business advisor, which Mr. Adebajo, the MD of Afriji Finance Company, and he did mention that it doesn't see this extending beyond March, and that's from speculations from a financial perspective and someone who is an expert in that industry. So I'm just looking to maybe hold. I mean, speculations are not certain.
Exactly.
But I'm just looking because this is someone who has been in this industry for a long time. If he's speculating at like that, then I might at least have a little bit of ray of hope. So that's just what I'm trying to hold on to, even though we know that hope is not a plan.
It is not a plan. It's just to keep your heart soothing.
March is. Are we still in February? No, by March. Okay, so March is literally almost
halfway to it.
So let's hope and keep our fingers crossed. And go on to the next. Are requesting for a free and fair election while raising questions about credibility among voters. Now, this brings us back to something that we've been dealing with for the longest time, where we talk about stomach infrastructure and how the government weaponizes poverty to their advantage. This is just one of those examples. It is just right there, glaring into our faces, because we talk about somebody, I'm not saying you shouldn't
and the word short visioned is not alien to those who understand exactly where we're heading to with this. They probably cannot see beyond just the day. And if most of their lives are dependent on 2 or 3 days from now, what do you think will happen? So I'm not going to probably blame her. Maybe she did it out of content or she really meant it, but she has the bag of rice on her head, telling you, I've collected my own, I'm going to collect your own. In her own mind, right, I've scored for the day. Whether or not she'll go and vote tomorrow, that is a different ball game. But the matter is that idea of collecting something and putting out there on social media. Remember, the internet has always been, undefeated. And with that now, might spiral out of control. And if he moves out of control, not right now, he's on our television, we're talking about it as broadcasters. What does this mean? It means that anyone out there will now say, wait a minute, I have a power. I can decide what my 24 hours or 72 hours can be, right? After all, I have that card called the voter's card. I can go in and then pledge my allegiance to somebody. And guess one funny thing? They might have someone who is
against them, supposedly, but you're using it as a weapon in your advantage because you know that people are... But in this case, it's crazy because this is the government we're talking about here. Create this change so that these people are not in a very tight corner where when someone like you rightly mentioned, someone that is hungry and has not managed to even eat, and you bring me a bag of rice, they're going to jump on it.
She's not thinking about tomorrow's
no light about that.
issue.
They're not thinking about the fact that yes, they might understand that this government is not doing what it's supposed to do. This government is XYZ, this government is this government is that. But at that moment, hunger becomes the first thing on top of their head, and that's why we talk about stomach infrastructure.
Exactly.
So it's actually really terrible when you think about this, when you sit down to actually really analyze this. The situation is appalling. But we see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are taking this story, because
I know what they say. Someone who's hungry is angry.
Certainly. We'll see some of the reactions on social media. Flashpoint Oko Ostan says, while celebrating rice gifts may seem light-hearted, it underscores the practical and symbolic ways candidates try to win votes in Nigeria, raising concerns about electoral fairness and the balance between campaigning and coercion. Well said. See more reactions. Youth in process says ignorance is a collective punishment. That is why government rarely prioritizes education, because they know the informed can easily be held back by the uninformed. Do you know?
I might want to act, right, put this way, I might want to play the devil's advocate here. You see this thing about the informed might act the other way around. These days now, we have people who are actually very learned. Those who you can term, this person is educated, might still want to go collect handouts. Because look, hunger knows no one's face.
Exactly.
So that's why I said I might want to play devil's advocate here. These people, or whoever it is that collects something, hoping that his or her day can be fine, is because of hunger, right? Do you know how many graduates are on the streets right now looking for jobs? They're every now and then they're on LinkedIn trying to apply for jobs back and forth, doing all they can just to stay out of trouble, not to do anything negative to make money.
Yeah.
There are lots of them.
But you know that it's one thing to be educated, it's another thing to actually have an educated mindset.
That's the one I'm trying to make you understand. You see, when hunger strikes, the man who is educated, you'll be shocked the animal that will come out of him. Haven't you seen people who are orderly standing in line in the bank? This is a responsible group of people. As soon as you say the money's about to finish, then you now see haywire. And you wonder what's going on. I saw this when we had that issue of, the cashless issue at that time when, the current cash Naira was hard to get. And I couldn't believe it. I thought this lady spoke so well, so gentle, everything. As soon as push came to shove, everything just went straight up to the wind. What am I trying to say is that, and I will agree with you that part of having an educated mind. You might have gone through the 4 walls of university, but did we actually allow it to go through you?
Exactly.
But there's the but there now. When hunger strikes, all hell will let loose. We hope it never happens again like this. But however, it is right there.
We hope it never happens. I think that's just a very, that's too loose, because it's definitely going to happen. Like things like this are not,
here we go.
It's not going to just stop overnight. It's on. In fact, there are people that actually believe so much in stomach infrastructure. Like if you come and you're giving good reasons, they're like, is this what is going to take me to the bank? Is this what's going to feed me? And sometimes when I look around us, I say to myself that we're part of the problem, because people that come with good, well-meaning intentions, right, and they actually mean it, because it's one thing to talk, it's one thing to actually do. But there are people around that believe, you need to toe the line of stomach infrastructure.
Dip your hand
and
deep
then
into
that's
your
what
pocket.
also causes the problem, because when you now think that, okay, if I just give them, give you, and then everything changes, it's the what they call that thing, when the cycle continues, and this cycle, I don't think it's going to break anytime soon. But I think the only thing we can do is, just in line with what that young man said, is if more people can not just get educated, but
Right.
develop this educated mindset. But bottom line at the heart of this whole thing is if the government can actually really transform things around, so people are less dependent, like
On it.
something as simple as a bag of rice or something. I say simple, but then someone will look at me and say
Should
simple.
I shock you?
Because it's actually hard.
Should I shock you? Now, it is a bag of rice that she's happy over at that level. There are some people who, even though they have a trailer bag of rice, they will still behave in this kind of way at a at a different level. We see what some politicians do because of power, right? When power is not given to them, we see them cry on national TV. So what does that tell you? It tells you that, look, when you want to get something, the question now should it be at all costs or by all means? Because some people don't even know where to draw the line. Integrity is thrown out of the window.
This case you're talking about is just greed in action.
And that's
But in this case
survival
that we're talking about is merely survival. When you talk about the politicians, it's just greed, it's just corruption, it's just that yearning for more at all costs.
Even though you're good to go.
That's a moral vice in itself. But we have to move on from this conversation and go to our next conversation this morning, which is a report by the Nigerian presidency to the World Bank that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is actively creating millions of jobs through the Renewed Hope agenda. Now, addressing concerns about a looming employment crisis, Special Advisor Sunday Dare highlighted that 957,400 beneficiaries received grants with 1.6 million jobs created or retained. According to Dare, employment is largely driven by economic activity, which is why the administration's reforms focuses on macroeconomic stability, infrastructure expansion, agriculture and food security, manufacturing and industrialization, energy development, human capital investment, social protection, and national security. All of this and so much more. Now the presidency is saying Tinubu is creating millions of jobs. Meanwhile, we are seeing clearly that we're still experiencing multi-dimensional poverty, with unemployment being one of those dimensions. And so it makes you ask the question, so where do we have these millions of jobs that we're talking about?
Right.
But we'll see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting. Exactly. Mr. Ola says, yet millions of Nigerians are still unemployed. They should stop spreading rumors about audio job. See more. Do we have more reactions to this conversation? That's one from Niger_Real Talk. Says Tinubu is creating, he puts it in quote and unquote, millions of jobs. Yet millions of Nigerians are creating exit plans. What does that tell you? When a government counts survival hustles as jobs, the statistics rise, but so does the suffering. Real jobs build dignity, desperation builds numbers. See if we have one more reaction. Center of Attraction says these politicians just lie without evidence. They think they're talking to teenagers.
Indeed, now I know why she's called, or he's called, Center of Attraction, because he just wants to get that, attention. As far as I'm concerned, she hasn't said anything, or he hasn't said anything at all in this particular. I will tell you. So these politicians just lie. We know politicians have their way and tricks around things, but I don't want a case where it will look as if because every other person does it, so every other politician out there is just, no, I don't think that's proper. That's more or less stereotyping. There are some of them who have integrity. And if she or he, I don't know who's behind the account though, has said, the guy listed out some point to say, okay, so politicians like this, or this other one. So create a balance.
No, but he was talking towards, when he was making that comment, he was making it with respect to this conversation.
And then
talking about the fact that these politicians, but he's referring to this conversation and saying that they make statements without evidence.
No excuse for them.
It's one thing to come with this, but give us facts and figures with it.
That is my point.
But he didn't come with facts and figures, and that's what he was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
But that's what he was talking about.
Right.
But that's why we have to leave the conversation this morning on social listening. We hope you enjoyed the show from start to the finish. We saw what we had on the front page of the newspapers, from Business Day to Vanguard, of course with Business Week with Frank Aigbogun, as well as the big story with Mr. Adegboyega Adebajo, of course the social listening segment today. It's been a packed show so far. Great Monday, and we hope you have a great rest of your day. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it,
Good morning and welcome to Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. My name is Norma Obuna. Let's look at the top head stories that are making the waves in the business scene today. Petrol prices cross 1,000 naira per litre. Queues surface nationwide. Oil surges above $100 as Middle East conflict escalates. CBN says 30 banks meet capital threshold, 3 undergoing verification. CBN to raise 850 billion naira in fresh treasury bills auction in March 11th. Federal government securities lead pension investments with 2.2% growth. We begin today's business news hour with developments emerging from Nigeria, where long queues are forming across several filling stations in Lagos and surrounding areas as motorists rush to purchase petrol at outlets where the price remains below 1,000 naira per litre. As Business Day's market survey on Saturday showed pump prices exceeding 1,000 naira per litre at many stations. The increase has triggered heavy demand, particularly among private car owners and commercial drivers seeking lower price fuel. At MRS stations, petrol was selling for about 937 naira per litre, attracting long queues. Meanwhile, Etana PLC adjusted its pump price to around 1,040 naira per litre, while Northwest Petroleum and Fat Games Petroleum sold at roughly 1,030 naira. Mobile outlets offered slightly lower prices near 1,025 naira. The development follows a surge in global crude prices above $80 per barrel and a 100 naira increase in the Dangote refinery ex-depot price. Economists warn that sustained oil market pressures could push retail petrol prices closer to 1,000 naira per litre nationwide. And meanwhile, global oil prices surged in nearly Asian trading on Monday, climbed above $100 per barrel for the first time in nearly 4 years as escalating tensions in the Middle East rattled energy markets. West Texas Intermediate crude rose sharply to $108.66 per barrel, gaining 19.5%. Brent crude also climbed to $108.69, up $16, representing a 17.3% increase. The rally follows renewed hostilities involving Iran and the United States, with Israel including reported attacks on energy infrastructure and military targets. Israeli strikes reportedly hit fuel storage facilities near Tehran, while Iran continued launching drone and missile attacks across the region. Energy markets are closely monitoring potential disruptions to oil supplies, particularly shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital route responsible for about 1/5 of global seaborne crude. The surge in oil prices has unsettled financial markets, with U.S. stock futures declining amid concerns that rising energy costs could fuel inflation and intensify economic pressure on oil-importing nations. Moving on, Nigeria's banking sector recapitalization drive is gathering pace, with 30 banks already meeting in the new minimum capital requirements. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Apex Bank disclosed that 33 lenders have successfully raised fresh capital through rights issues, initial public offerings, and private placements under the industry-wide recapitalization program launched in 2024. In a statement signed by Hakama Sidi Ali, Acting Director of Corporate Communications, the CBN said the capital positions of 3 remaining banks are currently undergoing routine regulatory verification before final confirmation of compliance. The recapitalization initiative was introduced to strengthen the resilience of Nigeria's banking system, enhance financial stability, and position leaders to better support economic growth and large-scale financing needs. Since the policy announcement, banks have intensified capital raising efforts, attracting both domestic and international investors. The CBN maintains that stronger capital buffers will enable lenders to expand credit to businesses, infrastructure projects, and key sectors of the economy. And also, the Central Bank of Nigeria plans to raise 850 billion naira through a treasury bills auction scheduled for March 11, 2026, as part of ongoing efforts to manage liquidity in the financial system. According to an official tender notice issued to primary market dealers on behalf of the Debt Management Office, the latest sale will bring total treasury bills raised within a week to nearly 2 trillion naira. The planned auction follows a similar exercise conducted on March 4th, where the Apex Bank raised about 1.01 trillion naira from investors and strong demand for government securities. The offering will include 100 billion in 91 days bills, 150 billion in 182-day bills, and 600 billion in 364-day bills. The auction will be conducted using the Dutch auction system, and investors are expected to submit bids electronically through the CBN's scriptless securities settlement system between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. with settlement scheduled for the following day. And still on, Nigeria's pension industry began 2026 on a strong note, with total pension fund assets rising by 580 billion naira in January. The 2.2% increase lifted the industry's total assets under management from 27.45 trillion naira in December 2025 to about 28.03 trillion naira, according to the latest report by the National Pension Commission. The sector also recorded a notable increase in participation, with nearly 400,000 new workers joining the contributory pension scheme during the month, bringing the total number of retirement savings account holders to 11.08 million. Investment data shows pension funds remain heavily concentrated in government-backed instruments. Federal government securities account for about 60% of the total assets, including bonds and treasury bills. PenCom says the growth reflects improved compliance among employers, steady investment returns, although challenges such as inflation and delays in remitting accrued pension rights continue to affect the sector. And in all the news, global interest in Nigeria's commercial sector is intensifying as the country advances its strategic goal of becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Investors from both the Commonwealth and the Gulf states are increasingly targeting Nigeria for sustainable investment opportunity. During a high-level mission to Lagos, the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investments Council highlighted the country's private role in the shifting global economic landscape. CEO Samantha Cohen said Nigeria is front and center of Africa's economic growth, with rising interest from non-Commonwealth investors. The visit included the announcement of Invest in Lagos 3.0, scheduled for 9th to 10th June 2026. The summit will host institutional investors and feature the official launch of the Lagos International Financial Center. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the summit as a transaction-focused platform designed to align capital with viable projects. Officials emphasized disciplined investment approaches, noting partnerships in manufacturing and additive technologies as examples of transformative initiatives that would drive long-term scalable economic growth. And we'll be right back to you with more updates after this quick break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only
yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. A cargo of Nigerian liquefied natural gas has been diverted to Asia after surging regional prices created an arbitrage opportunity. The BW Brussels LNG tanker, which loaded at the Nigerian LNG Bonny Island terminal on February 27th, initially signaled a course toward Europe, but later changed direction toward Asia via the Cape of Good Hope. Analysts say the move reflects a widening price gap between Asian and European gas markets, driven by Middle East supply disruptions and heightened geopolitical tensions. Asia's benchmark, Japan-Korea marker for April delivery jumped 68.5% to $25.393 million per British terminal units, while Northwest European sports prices rose about 57% to 15.479 per million barrel to be delivered. Traders are capitalizing on the differential, redirecting Atlantic Basin LNG cargoes to Asian buyers willing to pay a premium. The BW Brussels diversion highlights how flexible shipments respond quickly to market dynamics. Experts warn that if the price spread persists, most cargoes from Nigeria and other Atlantic suppliers could be rerouted to Asia. And away from that story, residential rents in Lagos continued to the rise in the second half of 2025, despite easing headline inflation, according to a new market report. The firm's H2 2025 Lagos market update shows rental prices increased across several locations compared with the same period in 2024, reflecting strong demand in the housing markets constrained by limited supply. Analysts say the shortage of formal residential stock has continued to drive price pressures, keeping housing affordability a key challenge for many residents across the state. To address the supply gap, partnerships between developers and Lagos State government delivered about 653 residential units during the period, while additional projects remain under development. And moving on, shareholders of Vitafoam Nigeria PLC have approved a 125 million capital injection through a bonus share issue and endorsed the dividend payout of about 3.75 billion naira. The approvals were granted at the company's 64th annual general meeting held in Lagos, where investors authorized the capitalization of retained earnings to issue one bonus share for every 5 shares held. Shareholders also backed a dividend of 3.00 per naira per ordinary share of 50 kobo, subject to applicable withholding tax, reflecting the company's improved financial performance. As part of the recapitalization plan, investors approved an increase in issued share capital of 50.5 million naira through the creation of additional ordinary shares. The company reported strong results for the year, with revenue rising to 111.3 billion naira, while profits before tax climbed sharply 21.3 billion naira, highlighting improved operational efficiency and stronger market demand. And now, in a recent development, the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, FAAC, has approved the transfer of 11.5 billion naira from the 0.5% stabilization fund to support its subcommittees preparing the 2026 national budget, according to official documents. The transfer authorized the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, was recorded on January 28, 2026, and is intended to finance the operation of FAAC subcommittees developing proposals for the current fiscal year. Prior to the withdrawal, the Stabilization Fund held a cumulative balance of 61.11 billion naira following the 11.5 billion naira transfer. The balance temporarily declined to 49.61 billion naira before subsequent inflows and adjustments increased it to 54.27 billion naira by February 20th. The transfer comes as President Bola Tinubu's 58.18 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill undergoes scrutiny by National Assembly committees where ministries and agencies defend their proposed allocations. FAAC and the Stabilization Fund play a key role in managing federal revenues, providing fiscal buffers and supporting government operations amid revenue fluctuations ahead of the Senate's scheduled final budget consideration on March 17, 2026. And also, shareholders of Geo Foods Group PLC have approved a 25 billion naira capital injection to support the company's strategic transition into a diversified hydrocarbon and mining conglomerate. The approval increases the company's share capital from 2.13 billion naira to 25 billion naira. New ordinary shares of 50 kobo each will be receiving 45.7 billion naira. The move provides a financial foundation for expansion into hydrocarbons, bitumen, and other solid minerals. CEO and Chairman Jacob Essan described the development as the final stage of the company's recovery from operational challenges, noting that governance structures have been restored and the firm is now positioned for growth. The restructuring allows Geo Foods to sustain its oilfield services while scaling into bitumen value chain and broader mineral exploration. Shareholders also approved an extraordinary allotment of shares to Mr. Essan in recognition for his leadership from 2018 to 2024. Support from NASD OTC PLC underscores confidence in the company's new strategic direction and its potential to scale operations across Nigeria's hydrocarbon sector. And now to wrap up the business news hour, the National Sugar Development Council (NESD) and the Bank of Industry have launched a 10 billion naira sugar project acceleration fund to support greenfield sugar projects across Nigeria. The initiative aims to accelerate the development of a sustainable and competitive sugar industry. SPAF is designed to provide technical, financial, and advisory support to project promoters, helping them structure, document, and de-risk projects to meet investor standards. The fund targets viable greenfield projects that can be developed into bankable, investor-ready operations. Speaking at an interactive session with potential beneficiaries, NESD CEO Kama Barkin stressed that capital alone does not guarantee increased sugar output. Successful projects require credible feasibility studies, robust financial models, clear land frameworks, and strong management teams. BOI, represented by Hadiza Shuaibu, will manage SPF, overseeing credit appraisal, risk management, disbursement, and monitoring, while NESD provides sector leadership and technical guidance. The program also emphasizes capital building, ensuring promoters develop skills to deliver structured ESG compliant projects that can attract both domestic and international investment. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. My name is Norma Obona. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and treat authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use for many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup, they're survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of
And when it comes to access to data, you need to be able to demonstrate historical performance to help with forecasts for the future. And definitely that has to be leveraged on technology. Big data, there's a lot of data being generated, and then you need to have the ability to be able to analyze the data, mine it, and to present a picture that is attractive to investors. So technology data, if anyone is not on the journey yet, they're already late, and the next best time to start is now. We need a lot of these conversations, and not just talking. Is actually
and welcome to Startup Spotlight, where big ideas come alive and bold founders are shaping Africa's future. My name is Glory Brown Odibo, and I'm thrilled to have you join us today. Our spotlight is on bridging gaps in Earth business, HIGC's inspiring startup story. The big question is this: how do we deliver healthcare that truly serves people while building businesses that can scale and last? Today, we're shining the light on a startup answering that challenge boldly and brightly. Joining me is Dr. Owen Omojo, a Nigerian medical doctor, public health consultant, and social entrepreneur who is redefining how healthcare and business intersect across Africa. Dr. Owen Omojo, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you
it's
so
really
much.
my pleasure and our pleasure to have you here right now.
Thank you. Same here. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Quick question, let's jump right into this. What does HIGC stands for? Like, what does it really mean? What inspired the name?
Okay. Thank you once again for having me, and thank you for that question. HIGC, it's not funny, it's an interesting one. HIGC stands for Health Issues Global Consultant. People always ask, why do you work with the name HIGC? Why not just say HIGC, Health Issues Global Consultant? It was a company that was established by my mom, who is a PhD nurse.
in 2014. And the whole idea was she wanted to carry out wellness programs, that tied into her work. And she made me a director in the company, right? And she just never did anything with it. She remained in paid employment. And so when I decided to leave paid employment and go into business in 2018, I just thought, okay, you know what? There's already Health Issues Global Consultants. There's really no reason per se to go register another company. I didn't really have any great ideas about name. I wasn't focused on the name, right? And then when I mentioned it to my MD at the time, when I was working at Anchor HMO at the time before I started HIGC, and it was like, oh, Health Issues Global Consultant. It sounds really long. Why don't you? Why don't you maybe work with the brand name of HIGC? Oh, okay, that's a good idea. And so we just started working with the brand HIGC. But I mean, a couple of years down the line now, we are registered as HIGC Health Consultants. And I mean, I didn't want to just go change it, have a completely different name, because HIGC had already somewhat become a household name. And so, so that's the story behind the name. Nothing grand, really.
Okay, let's talk about how you started, like the capital, the starting process. How was it like for your brand?
Okay, so when I started HIGC in 2018, I had just left the paid employment. I was in the health insurance space. I was working with Anchor HMO, and I saw a gap in the fact that corporate organizations were not optimizing their corporate healthcare benefits, right? With HMOs, there was a palpable dissatisfaction that corporate organizations had with their HMO providers, right? And I thought, you know what? Let me come in and fill in this gap and launch with a niche product, HMO called HMO Advisory Service. So it was fully bootstrapped, threw in all my savings. My parents told me I was crazy when I wanted to start this, because it's even though I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, right? They just felt like, come on, first you decided that you were not going to practice clinical medicine anymore. Okay, we heard that. You gave your reasons. Now you're saying you want to go start business. The business terrain is crazy in Nigeria, but I mean, against all odds, I did it, and here we are.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question. I like the fact that you already popped it from what I asked this question. So, starting out, sometimes it's very difficult to lock in on that belief that I think in the next 5 years, everything is going to turn out nice. Was there any disbelief, doubt, fears? If yes, how did you overcome them?
I'm a very dogged person. I'm also a very stubborn person.
Wow. You never give up.
I have a diehard spirit, right? I've been through some experiences that very few people would have survived, and we won't get into this interview, but I'm just saying that I have I'm very strong-willed. Let me put it that way. I'm very strong-willed. I didn't have it all figured out when I started. I wouldn't say I started scared, even though it's okay to start scared. I was just excited that I have an effervescent personality, and I have a very positive outlook on life. And when I'm like a dog with a bone. When I get an idea, I run with it, right? So when I got that idea of this niche service, HMO Advisory, nobody is doing it. Let me start it. Nothing was going to hold me back, right? Not even failure was going to hold me back. So yeah, no, I didn't start with fear. That's the truth. I didn't start it scared. I didn't have it all figured out, even though I thought I had it all figured out.
So mind made up regardless of the challenges that come along the way.
Yes, I didn't, to be very honest, I didn't even envisage any challenges. I didn't envisage. Of course, now, after, going through business, going to 8 years now? No, my math is not Matthew. Yeah, going to almost 8 years now. I mean, obviously, in hindsight, there were a lot of challenges, that I just didn't foresee. And I think maybe that was largely because I didn't have a mentor, right? I didn't have mentorship. I didn't have anybody want to really guide me, and let me know what to expect.
Welcome back to the midday bulletin. Still on the Nigerian scene, petrol prices are becoming increasingly burdensome for the average Nigerian consumer, fueled by the recent conflict in the Middle East. The psychological barrier of 1,000 naira per litre has been breached in most parts of the country, with the Dangote refinery suspending PMS loading over the weekend of March 7th and 8th. Reflecting logistical challenges in maintaining domestic supply amid volatile global crude market. According to reports, the federal government, through the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, took steps to secure crude oil supply for the Dangote Petroleum Refinery via third-party international traders to sustain local refining operations. Officials, however, warned Nigerian consumers might not immediately notice a drop in fuel prices, especially given the recent price hikes at the Lekki refinery. And away from that story, the Eco Electricity Distribution Company has announced a scheduled 3-day power outage in the Lekki district of Lagos to enable network upgrade works aimed at improving electricity supply in the area. The electricity distribution company disclosed this in a notice issued to consumers informing residents and businesses that the temporary disruption will affect Lekki and surrounding communities within the Lekki district network. And according to the company, the planned outage will take place from Thursday, March 13th to Saturday, March 15th, 2026, as engineers carried out upgrade works at the Lekki injection substation. The company noted that electricity supply will be unavailable daily between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. throughout the 3-day period while the upgrade works are ongoing. And also, stakeholders in Nigerian blockchain ecosystem have proposed the adoption of blockchain technology as a tool to improve transparency in the country's electoral process, arguing that it could help eliminate results manipulation and rebuild voter confidence. The proposal was discussed during an X-Space hosted by the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria. Participants at the space noted that while blockchain is not a cure-all for Nigeria's electoral challenges, the technology offers a verifiable framework that can protect the integrity of election results and potentially address voter apathy. CEO of Alpha Gig Technologies, Oluwaseun Daniel, revealed that despite improvements in Nigeria's electoral process, public trust in election outcomes remains weak, adding that blockchain could help address this by creating a transparent and tamper-resistant system for recording election results. And to end the Nigerian scene, Iran's ambassador to Nigeria has offered Tehran's assistance in Nigeria's fight against terrorism, pushing back against Israeli allegation that Iran sponsors Islamic movements across West Africa. Madhavi Raja, speaking during a live TV appearance, said Iran condemns terrorism in all its forms, standing ready to share its counter-terrorism experience with Nigeria. Raja was responding to remarks made 2 days earlier by Michael Freeman, Israel's ambassador to Nigeria, accusing Iran of sponsoring Islamic movements in Nigeria and West Africa to spread terror globally. Freeman's comments came as members of the Islamic movement of Nigeria staged protests in several states following the killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in recent U.S.-Israeli strikes in Tehran. Coming up, South Africa's central bank to redraft risk scenarios as Iran war boosts oil prices. This and more after the short break.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Al-Hafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup, they're survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running, So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only
Yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you
Welcome back to the Media Bulletin. We now head to the African scene where South Africa's central bank will redraft its risk scenarios for its next rate-setting policy meeting as the widening Middle East conflict pushes up oil prices. And the central bank is scheduled to decide on March 26th on interest rates after keeping its main lending rate unchanged at 6.75% in a split decision in late January, citing at the time that policymakers wanted to see inflation expectations fall further. The Middle East crisis set up by Israel and Washington's bombing of Iran lifted Brent crude futures to more than $94 per barrel this week, while the rand weakened to 16.82 to the dollar. South African Reserve Bank Governor Lesed Kayonyago said a 10% move in the exchange rate would have a much stronger impact on inflation in South Africa than a similar jump in oil prices. And also, Senegal has announced a plan to close 19 government agencies, which accounts for around 1,000 jobs, with officials in the debt-burdened country expecting the move to save at least 55 billion CFA francs over the next 3 years. Now, the West African country is grappling with debt that reached 132% of gross domestic product at the end of 2024. And according to the International Monetary Fund, which froze its lending program after the discovery of misreported debt. The statement released after the weekly Council of Ministers meeting on March 4th said the government would also focus on strengthening controls and evaluations, harmonizing pay scales, and ensuring optimal use of budgetary funds. We now head to the foreign scene where oil prices jumped around 15% on Monday to their highest point since July 2022 as escalating tensions between the US, Israel and Iran prompted major Middle Eastern producers to cut output, which was reported by sources. Now, Iraq, Kuwait have reduced their oil production, intensifying the existing cutback in liquefied natural gas exports from Qatar. But early Monday, Brent crude futures had risen by $15.51 or 16.7%, reaching $108.20 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures saw an increase of $14.23 or $105.13. The escalation has also disrupted shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, which carries around 20% of the world's daily oil supply, prompting some refineries to suspend operations and tightening regional policy. Still on the foreign scene, Tunisia plans to spend about $1 billion to expand Tunis Carthage International Airport, with the project expected to increase the airport's annual passenger handling capacity to 18.5 million. Now, the plan was disclosed by Tunisia's Ministry of Transport in a report made public on Sunday. The expansion forms part of the country's broader push to modernize its aviation infrastructure and accommodate rising passenger traffic in the coming years. The ministry added that the expansion has already been included in the 2026 investment budget of the Office of Civil Aviation and Airport, the government agency responsible for managing Tunisia's airports and aviation infrastructure. We bring you the sport news after this break. Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin. We now head to the sports scene where Wilfred Ndidi has urged Nigerians to remain confident that the Super Eagles still have a place or a chance of playing in the 2026 FIFA World Cup Intercontinental Playoffs despite recent developments surrounding the qualification process. While the recent social media updates from FIFA listed the DR Congo national football team as Africa's representative for the upcoming playoffs in Mexico, the Nigeria Football Federation has clarified that no official verdict has been reached regarding its protest over player eligibility. The NFF filed a formal petition in December 2025 alleging that DR Congo found ineligible dual nationality players during their playoff victory over Nigeria. Although FIFA recently promoted ticket sales for the playoff tournament featuring DR Congo. Despite the situation, Ndidi insists the Super Eagles have not given up and will continue their preparation while the matter unfolds. And to end the news, Frank Lampard Coventry have moved 8 points over Auxerre at the top of the championship table following Saturday's 2-0 win away from Bristol City. Now, first half goals from Tashiro Sakamoto and Aji Wright strengthened Coventry's position at the top as both teams finished with 10 men. Coventry moved 8 points clear to Middlesbrough in second, who play away to QPR on Sunday. Tatsushiro Sakamoto headed the Sky Blues in front before setting up Aji Wright for the second goal in the first half injury time. Now this is where we wrap up the Midday Bulletin. My name is Deborah Eze. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to...
Thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that. Very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
First problem to overcome is
really starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to
also known as the climate bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe.
Nigerians are among the biggest buyers of thrifted clothing, popularly called okrika in West Africa. But what happens when inflation becomes the trend, slowly choking the culture of these markets? Beyond Katangwa, Yaba Market stands tall with its vibrant, endless racks of Okrika clothes. On this episode of Market Pulse, we journeyed into the heart of Yaba, exploring, surveying, and speaking with Okrika traders about just how much inflation has reshaped their business. This is Yaba Okrika Market, where commerce usually never sleeps. But lately, with inflation biting hard, the heartbeat of this market seems to be slowing down, almost as though it's struggling to stay above 60 beats per minute.
I have been in this business over 15 years.
This is my 13 years now.
Almost 32 or 34 years now. When I started this business, I used to buy a pair of Okrika shoe or slippers or sandals, 3,000 naira per pair. Before I bring it to Nigeria, everything may be 3,500 or just at the rate of 3,500 in a watch. At the end, I may be able to sell it 5,000 naira or 4,500 about. But now it's no more like that. Before now, I bring any okrika now, paper will be up to, from buying and the transporting, everything should be now up to 10,000, 12,000 naira for OK paper. So it's no more like buying, bringing, everything should be 5,000. It's no more like that anymore. And beside everything, okrika is scarce. We are no longer seeing it like before. So the exchange rate and the economic rate now affected everything. The problem is now we are no longer seeing it the way we used to see it. and it's no more available. And secondly, the price of everything has increased. Those importers that used to bring it from Cotonou or from Togo, those that used to travel abroad and bring it, then I will go to Cotonou or Togo and buy from them. They are no more bringing grade 1. They are no more bringing good 1 because the economics also affected them. They are no more seeing the grade 1, and secondly, when they bring, the price will be very high. So you can see challenges we are facing on this okay business now. Honestly, it's affecting us. We are not even making sales like the way it used to be before. And the buyers also complaining that the prices are too much. By the time we bring and put small gain like 1,105, they'll say the buyers will be complaining that it has increased too much, that they will not be able to afford it. So that's challenges also we are facing now on this issue.
13 years ago, we used to start like our business was good, the income was good too. So we does not find it difficult to get market, rather do we find it difficult to sell it, because when you buy market at lesser price, you sell at easier price too, so that people can be able to get it at cheaper rate. But now I don't think we even get it at like more expensive, that you yourself you'll be struggling to sell it. When you come into the business, maybe you can come into the business with, for example, with 100k, at least know how when you buy market of 100,000, you selling it off with your lesser price and making it easier for you, you'll be getting like 50,000 naira profit. If you want to start this business now, you'll be calculating like having $1 million naira or half a million self will not get you much, because when you are getting it at higher rates, and when you are selling it, you are struggling to sell it and get a little profit inside.
The inflation have really affected things very seriously. Formerly, CFA was 4,400 naira per each 1,000 CFA. Sometimes it goes up to 600 naira for 2016 or 2018. But for now, CFA is almost 2,800, 2,700 something. The thing really affected the business. Market that we used to buy, assuming to buy something for 5,000 CFA, then you see that it is not up to 15,000 or 10,000 naira now. But if you bought something for 5,000 naira at the exchange rate of 2,700 naira, 2008, you see that it's not above 20,000 naira. So it's really affecting the business seriously. And the people don't have money. Like what we are selling is footwear. It's not consumable items, which everybody can go to it for at our cost. But today, some people have decided to manage, except when it comes under necessity, that they cannot do without it, that they will come. And that's not the tune of customer, because when somebody wants to buy something at the real cost of 15,000 or 10,000 naira, and it has 12,000 naira, there's nothing you can do. And sometimes you come to the market, you have not sold anything for since the day. At times you may decide to say, instead of it to go home and think, let me grab it. So it is really affecting us badly. Things we saw within, let's say you were selling things, you get 2,000 naira or maybe 1,000 plus. Now we are finding it difficult even to make it, choose 1,000 naira, which sometimes we sell with 1,000 naira. And the level has never even come down. They never even increased, because we even use our time more than what the time we used before. Because whereby you can now make a little time, before you can make a little time, you make a good profit. But this time around, you have to put more effort in order to enhance it. And you cannot even get up to what we were getting before. Well, due to the nature of the business, sometimes it depends on the number of shoes you sell. Now, at the end of the month, you calculate. Sometimes you may sell up to 50 pairs or even more than that. But this time around, at the end of the month, sometimes you don't sell even up to 40 pairs of shoes. Without even with just little profit on it. So that's just the nature of the business.
Now, these skirts, you can get it at rate of 5,000, 4,000. We have first grade and second grade. First grade will go for like 5,000. So at times you'll be selling it like 6,000. Do you understand? So the ones that you get like 4,000, you can equally sell it like 6,000, or you sell it 5,000. At times, if there's no market, we'll sell for 5.
I used to buy okreka jeans. I never want to open bell because I used to open bell and select the ones that is very good, first grade ones. I may be able to select like a 1,105 then, many years ago. But now it's no more like that. If you want to open bell now, 5 picking now will be from 4,000 naira, 5,000, even 8,000 naira, the grade 1 now. Then I'll be able to sell it now like a 10,000 naira, 9,000 in order to cover my expenses and the shop and every other things.
Okay, we used to get at Yaba or Arena.
Okay.
You know, they sell bill at Arena. So you will not buy much. Like at times, maybe if they open bill, the things that are inside the bill have already reduced. So maybe for example, now I went to go and buy bill. Now, before we used to buy bail, maybe at 90,000, 80,000, you will buy bail. Highest bail will be like 150. So when you get that bail, you know, things that will be inside will be much in a way that when you sell them off, you get your profit. But now you get bail at very expensive rate, and the things that are inside is lesser. So you'll be struggling to make profit in a month. At least after spending much money every seller, no, maybe like 200,000. When you go to market to get the stuff, know that what price you have in your mind to get it is not what you are going to get it.
2 years ago, let me say within a year I will be able to give account of after expenses, after shop rent and every other time. I'll be able to give account of to depend the amount I invested for the year. I'll be able to have profit of 200k, profit of 300k. You understand? Yeah. Depends the amount I invested, but as I normally invest more large amount, I will be able to make profit of 300k, 200k, even above. But this no more. Even to save money is very difficult. Even to push the business forward now is difficult because the business is no more flowing and no more gain like before any longer.
With profit of 50,000 naira, then at least when you make profit of 50, the profit I'm talking about in those days is not in a week, or it's not even in a month. Maybe when you buy market today and you sell it off today, you'll be seeing like 50k. So, but now at times you will come to market, you will not sell anything. Like since today, we have not sold anything. You understand? Because people will be having it, will be difficult to like, it's not me to use this money and buy clothes. Let me use it and feed. You understand? So I believe now things are more difficult. Yes.
The reaction for customers now is customers don't used to buy the way they are buying before. They do, maybe customer used to come twice in a month. Now some of them will come once in a month. Some of them may not be able to come every month like before.
We are into the we remain in the business because you cannot change things so easily now. Like as I said, I've been in the business for over 30 years. Then if I should change to a new business today, my followers will crash because there are a lot of children are already there and there are a lot of things there. So for me to change business, I have to start from scratch again, study the business in order to grow the business before spending. So that is why we still remain. It's not that maybe we are still marketing because business you have been there for over 30 years. The knowledge is already there, and the system and how you can also do things you've already there used to that. So that is why we are still there. But whether we are making profit or not is not something to compare with. There's nothing to compare with the previous years.
With customers thinning out, one question lingers. What keeps these traders going on? Is it faith or sheer optimism? That's the slow pulse of Okrika. On Market Pulse today, we did you a favor in case you're thinking of shopping. Here are some of the going prices in Yaba Okrika market. From budget-friendly tops to gowns, there's something for everyone. Clearly, Nigeria's fashion industry is not exempt from the harsh blows of the economy. But in the midst of struggle, Nigerians known for their resilience keep pushing forward. It's often said, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But is there really? Until next time, stay tuned for more market insights only on BDTV. Welcome to another episode of Market Pulse, and we are under the hot scorching sun because there's nothing I will not do for you. On this episode, we are exploring the home and kitchen utensils industry. So join me as we survey, we explore, and of course, we are going to talk to the people in this industry. Let's go.
So for you to rent a shop and other things, you get both the goods. I can say more than up to 5 million.
Today, we turn our lens to an industry that shapes our daily lives in more ways than we often realize. The world of kitchen and home appliances. From pots and irons to buckets and plasticwares, these essentials are part of every Nigerian household. To get a sense of the market pulse, we ventured into the trade fair market to speak directly with sellers of these everyday items. We wanted to understand the current trends, the price shift, and how the economy is reshaping the business of home essentials. One seller of plasticware shared her experience from the rising cost of importation to shifts in customer demand.
I am selling kitchen equipment and plastic for 4 years plus. I use 500,000 text that time. No be the thing where we see that time we dey see now. My dear, you will go find money. You go use find 3 million text that time. You will buy something that is visible when you put it. Then they buy you. I will not lie. Customers they buy. It's only that if I tell them price, they feel wrong come out. But to buy, it's daily needs. It's something they are using in their house. You understand? And they use them every day. So then they come, but if you tell them the price, some will buy you, some will go. You understand? Then go they tell you say, Madam, it too cost. Say now, Madam, it too cost. I go shop. At the time, then say, no only my shop, but Tinubu know the rule. There is no much gain in it. It's company that is eating our gain now because they said that the raw materials is very costly. That's why. If you put 3 million in this business, you will use 2 million buy kitchen equipment like pots, plates, and all those stuffs for kitchen. Sure, you understand? Then use 1 million for plastic. You go company direct. You will not buy from the distributors. You will go direct to the company and buy. Not that 1 million will buy plenty thing. It's supposed to be one company 1 million. The thing start to affect us when you will buy 3 dozens before. You understand? Maybe you use 10,000, buy 3 dozens of one particular plastic. Now you will use the money you are using to buy 3 dozen before. You use it to buy half dozen. What a man go do now? It will just the thing just affect our business. You understand? Affect our sales. Thing will just, if you didn't add more money, the market will go down. This is not how my shop was before now. Don't be like this, my shop. I know how my shop did before. If you add more money to make it come up, if there is no money to add, you will see it. Where you they put 2 dozens, now you'll be putting it half. You say affect the thing don't affect you with that. Now so we they say more.
She also revealed the money maker in the market, the one item that moves fastest off the shelves, and why.
These plastics now made in Nigeria. They move like tom-tom. I'm telling you. I bet if you see them, you go think say it no be anything. Like our children, they don't break our breakable plates. Everybody just they go down back to plastics. Like when we they grow now, plastics, our mama they put food for us. So now everything they go back to plastic. They go use bath, they will use cup, they will use sifter, they will everything. You understand? This plastic is moving like tom-tom. I'm telling you, something like this now.
Yes.
Like this thing now. Of course, someone come and ask me how much is this now. With their color, say they used with their color. Say they used to hawk pure water, so if they move, they carry them like 2-3 days, e go break, dem go come and buy another one. They carry, you know say pure water and the drinks e heavy, so the thing go break and go come and carry another one. The thing dey move well well. It's 2,000 we are selling it. Like this one now is 1,500. I will sell it 1,500. This one is 2,000, but 1,800 I will sell it. You understand? There's other ones. There is one that is 1,000. Those small, yeah. That is 1,000 naira. That small less is 3,500. But before we know they sell on 2,500. Now it's 3,500. The big one is 5,000. That 5,000 last price. Before we used to sell it 3,500, 4,000. Now it's 5,000 last price.
Of course, every business has its challenges. For her, the hope is simple: that mother economy smiles soon, easing the burden and giving her business a boost. Dusting off our slippers and moving to the next shop, we met another seller who has diversified beyond plastic wares into other appliances. From cooking utensils to household gadgets, he showed us how flexibility is key to survival in today's market.
You can see more than going to 7 years. I sell kitchen utensils at Balogu. Things are going based on we sell online and other things we still sell in the shop, but mostly we sell online because everything we sell here we normally post online. Anyone you need, some people comes with the pictures and the videos and show what they want, then we can sell to them. But mostly, I can say everything we do here are online. When you post online, anybody post online, they will still come inside the market to get what they want. So I can say I get from Nigeria brands, but some you still import, some not all, because there are some we import and still resell. But some we still buy within Nigeria. Mostly everything is imported in Nigeria now. Everything we get in Nigeria now is imported, and mostly our goods here are imported. So I can say maybe based on the ports, maybe some ports we sell some ports or buy from Nigeria, like Tower. But other ones they are gotten from outside Nigeria. Cookware, like pot and the spoons used in cooking. And I can say the electronic parts based on the kettle, pressing iron, microwave, electric jug, all that they normally move. You can use, like, let me just say, renting the shop and everything, roughly not up to 2 million to 1.25 million. Because then we do rent shop about maybe below 500k. Then it's very, very, very much higher now. It has increased more than 10. So if I can even say it that way, can add more than 10 to it. So for you to rent a shop and other things, you get both the goods. I can say more than up to 5 million. Let me just say 5 million. Rent the shop and to stock the shop. The business is not going like before. And again, customers are complaining based on price, like what they bought before and what they are getting now. But I can say they understand everything, but just that it's not moving, because once the price, how will I put it? Once the price increases like this, the flowing of customers will not increase, because to decrease. So the way we normally get customers, or the way we normally sell, we will not compare them. Those times that the price is reduced, that is when the price are lesser, we sell more. But now the price of things have increased.
We also gathered price point for some of the most popular items. So if you're planning your next purchase, you'll know what to expect.
25,000. For around, I can say 15,000. Pressing iron. You can get iron 11,000, 10,000. I can say now the non-sticky pot, because people don't normally use the aluminium again based on its burns, that is burns food. But the non-stick, instead of the food getting burnt, the pot will be spoiled. Now 5 sets with a frying pan. Aluminium, you can get 3 sets depending on the size. It has different sizes. The lowest you can get is about 75,000. The 5 sets, you can get the 5 sets depending on the quality. The least quality can get about 50,000 to 60,000. Blenders, we have the cheapest one about 24,000, 23,000. We have like this one now, we do sell dozen 9,500, 10,000. While these ones we sell dozen 18,000, 16,000, 15,000, depending on
the quality and the size. Flask depend on the one that retains hotness. So we sell the ones that keep food warm and hot. So the cheapest you can get for that one, 10,500 or 11,000. And water bottle, you can still see water bottle of 3K, 4,000, 5,000. And we still have the one that comes 3 in 1. You can get that one about 7,500. It's hard.
On this episode of Market Pulse, we've seen, heard and spoken with the people behind the business of kitchen and home essentials. As the economy shifts, so too will the tools that shape our homes, and Market Pulse will be here to track it.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we brought in professionalism to it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that.
So as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable apps, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, total backup, their survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, 2.6 GDP in lost health and production, and the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Net zero by 20, but that doesn't save people. Grid reform will take years. Electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to roar.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that.
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere.
A lot. I've known him since 2012, and he's one person that has inspired me as a human being and as a journalist. We have with us the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigbogu. You don't want to go anywhere, you cannot miss this. This is very, very interesting, important, and something that you need to stay tuned to. Let's get back to this now. I know I've already said it, but it's always nice to hear you introduce yourself. Personally, I find it very exciting when I hear you introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, and pleasure for coming to talk to me this afternoon. My name is Frank Aigbogu. I am a publisher of BusinessDay, which I joined in founding in 2001. But I like to say that I'm a journalist, and every day I try to be a good one at that.
Okay. Thank you. So speaking of journalism, let's start from the beginning. You started as a journalist in 1982. I was actually 3 years old then. And you started journalism when before social media, all this digital age and everything. But the question I want to find out is, you worked in AP, you worked in Guardian. How has those experiences? How has it helped shape your leadership style as someone when you started Business Day?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, as you have said, I began journalism in 1982. I had initially in 1982 been posted to the office of the Chief Press Secretary in Kano. The then Abubakar Rimi, and the Chief Press Secretary then was Sule Abu, who I eventually met when I got to The Guardian. The Guardian helped to arrange my transfer from Kano after orientation in Wudil, and I arrived in Lagos to The Guardian on the 20th of October 1982. And began a journey that has been both exciting, challenging, but in every sense quite fulfilling as well. Now, you made a point about me having worked at the Guardian, Vanguard, and the Associated Press, where I represented the Associated Press for 11 years. Starting at the Guardian would be, for me, the place to start. The first task that I was given at The Guardian when I joined, because The Guardian publication started in February of 1983. So we had The Guardian for about 4 or 5 months before publication actually started. First task that I was assigned to by the then Professor Jamie, Onchekwa Jamie, who incidentally became the editor-in-chief of Business Day. He said to me, Frank, that I should prepare a training manual for fresh journalists that were going to be employed at The Guardian. Professor Jamie knew me well. He was my teacher, and I was able to discharge myself. The Guardian had a habit of employing largely people who haven't been in journalism before. in addition to a few people who had been in journalism. And the idea was that they wanted people who had not been corrupted into the Guardian. And from the Guardian, at the Guardian, I rose very quickly. I became, before I left the Guardian, in very short time, head of the reportorial corps for the Sunday Guardian. And not too long after that, I moved to go to Vanguard, where I became the pioneer news editor of the Vanguard. And I worked at the Vanguard for 14 years, both as news editor and as editor of all of the titles at some point at the Vanguard. In that time as well, I started to freelance for the Associated Press. You asked the question, how did all of this shape my leadership? My leadership. At the Vanguard, where I was news editor, there was no internet. For much of the time I was news editor, there was not even a single telephone line into the newspaper. We then relied on a telex machine that was then located in my publisher's place, because that was the only place where we were able to get a telephone line into, because the telex machine needed a telephone connection. At least that's the way it was then. But we managed to get the paper out every day. More than anything you can think of today. There was a time, I think that was in 1986, 87, where the Vanguard was running a daily circulation just under 300,000 every day. And then, of course, at the Associated Press, I was able to experience journalism at its very best on a global scale. And then, of course, at the Associated Press, I was able to experience journalism at its very best on a global scale. And working with them, covered quite a number of very important stories. And I recall very vividly two stories. One was the death of Abacha. I put out that story of the death of Abacha, and in 2 hours, that story had been taken by 22 international publications around the world. And then I also remember clearly the story of the oil pipeline explosion in Jesse near Sapele. I know the location very well because I grew up in Sapele. And I was in Sapele. I mean, Associated Press called me on a Sunday afternoon. I'd just come back from church. And they said to me, Frank, whatever you're doing, we want you in Jesse. Whatever you need to go, whether you have to hire an helicopter, whatever it is, we want you on the ground in Jesse. Aero contractors then had a flight into Warri. I joined an aero contractor's flight to Warri, took a car to Jesse, and I was promptly on the ground as I had been instructed. It turned out that while I was there was when an American firm, Associated Press is an American news agency. So this was a very relevant story to tell. I was right there on location when the American firm put out the fire in Jesse that had killed about 200 people, roasted them. You looked all around, all you saw were carcasses of people.
I remember the fire.
And we put out, Associated Press put out that story, and I got an award, for being the first to break that story, especially fire that had consumed so much people being put out by an American company. So preparing me for leadership was easy. I had seen how being part of a pioneer staffing group at the Guardian and again at the Vanguard, how you just out of mere sheer sweat you put out a newspaper daily. I had seen that. What it meant to have a publisher that believed in journalism. I had seen that. At Associated Press, I had seen how journalism can be at its very best when it is properly resourced. So all of this helped to shape the work that I have done over the years as publisher of BusinessDay.
Okay. What's a small habit or routine you've kept over decades in journalism that most people won't notice, but that says a lot about how you think and how you work?
I think for me it's discipline. Discipline to understand your subject. When I'm approaching a story, typically those days we would go on assignments. You either go back on Molwe or a Danfo, and in the Danfo I'm just walking through how to start my story once I got to the newsroom. You didn't have telephones then, so you couldn't have been doing this on the telephone. But I worked on it mentally. So I try to understand my subject. If I'm going to interview somebody, I try to know who that person is, what he has been over the years, his antecedents, the kind of questions to ask, how to measure his responses to me. But it is that discipline of understanding your subject. We didn't have the benefit of internet then. So you'll ask a question, how do you find out? But we had very good libraries. So I had a habit of finding myself in the library, and I was a frequent visitor to the library of the United States Information Service that was then housed in Riscas in Lagos. So it is about disciplined approach to understanding your subject and to news writing. And you won't see that, you won't know about that unless, of course, from the quality of the work that was done. Yeah.
Now that BusinessDay has been around for over 2 decades, what crossroads do you feel you are standing at, personally or professionally?
That's a very interesting question, truly. 25 years of BusinessDay. It's for all of us an opportunity to look back, and then, of course, more importantly, to look ahead to the journey that is ahead. We are at a crossroad in many ways. We're at a crossroads in terms of the digital migration. Some people call it digital disruption. I hate to call it disruption, I call it migration. Because what you see as disruption also provides significantly opportunities for you as well. We have readers today of BusinessDay around the world who would never have had that opportunity of serving a global audience without the digital disruption, so-called digital disruption. We also believe that it's a time to look at what we have done, what has kept us for this long, and what do we need to do more of or do better of, and what new things do we need to do. What is clear and uppermost in our mind is we are at a point where we must make a transition from a model that is dependent on advertising revenues to a model that is dependent on audience revenues. And what do I mean? Over the last 25 years, or at least a large part of it, we have relied on advertising as the major source of revenues to BusinessDay. We're now at a point where we say that is no longer sustainable because advertising revenues are falling. Even if you look at the so-called migration to online advertising, we cannot account for all we have lost in print advertising. Not all of it we can see in digital advertising. So somehow there is a pocket that has probably just disappeared, and maybe disappeared for good. But we're also now asking ourselves, if we practice good journalism, then it should be worth paying for. So we have a mantra that going forward, our focus will be on journalism worth paying for, or journalism for a paying audience. We have no apologies about that. We would rather do that than ask people to donate to us, people that we can't even sure whether they're interested in us or not. So the pivot is to from a dependence on advertising to dependence on revenue, on audience revenues. That's a major part. That means strengthening your technology base. We see that others talk about technology as an enabler for their business. Some just talk about it, and when you get into the business, you see very little of technology. But there isn't any way we can approach journalism for a paying audience without a strong technology environment, because we need technology to distribute our content. We need technology to even build that content. But more importantly, we need technology as a payment to create for us a payment platform so that someone can subscribe to BusinessDay from anywhere in the world and be able to pay seamlessly. So that's what I see. And then, of course, we have been working on building a strong events and thought leadership business. People say we have succeeded, but I don't think we have. I think there is significant upside to explore, and that is also our focus. But maybe finally, we are now very, very focused on people. If you're talking about journalism for a paying audience, then you have to be talking about excellence in journalism, and you can't deliver excellence without a well-trained, well-motivated, well-led and focused people. So that for me is the third part of this triangle. The truth is that for entrepreneurs around the world, and perhaps even more so in Nigeria, it is a common thing to be able to experience times when operations become quite challenging and you are not so sure whether you want to go forward or go backwards. In our own case, we had several of those moments. For instance, when we started first as a weekly publication, and we were published on Mondays. It was always clear to us that we were going to be published every day, every business day, which is why we took the name from the beginning, BusinessDay. But when we made the transition to a weekly newspaper, it was very, very excruciating. We burnt a lot of cash. In my recollection, we probably burnt anything from 220 to 250 million naira of those days in 2022. That is today something in excess of 2 to 2.5 billion naira that we burnt in that transition. Nigerians were used to business newspapers being published on a Monday. So we needed to create the relevance for for a daily publication. And so we saw, almost like watching blood flow out of your body, paper going to Kakao and coming back in the afternoon unsold. It went on for a while. And I think what kept us going was that we had the good fortune from the very beginning of seeking to properly capitalize our business. We didn't want a Kende and Son newspaper. We brought in shareholders, some of whom were well capitalized. We brought in a private equity firm. We may be the first newspaper into which a private equity ever invested in Nigeria. And so we were capitalized. The money we burnt, we didn't borrow from the bank. It was equity. If we had borrowed, we probably wouldn't be here today. So that was a major thing. And then, of course, there were publications that we met in the market. There was Financial Standard, there was Business Times, they were there well grounded, and we had to fight to break into the market. And as we fought, the more they provided barriers against us. But thanks to God, we're here today because we succeeded in that battle to fight for a slice of the market. I think for me, there's hardly any of the things that I knew or believed that I had to unlearn. Hardly anything. Except perhaps, of course, that one needed a better understanding. What I found, and I still find to my great disappointment, is that journalists are not very good as managers. In fact, it was almost like it was a crime for a journalist to be a manager of resources. You know, oh, our focus is journalism. We don't want to mix journalism with anything commercial. You know, and it wasn't only about Nigerian journalists. The press all over the world, especially the American press, newsrooms in America, found to their greatest pain that when the first Gulf War broke, they had all exhausted their budget and didn't have money to cover the Gulf War. And that was when thinking around resource management in newsrooms in America changed. So if you call that unlearning, That's fine. I have always believed, and I believed it even more as I grew into management, that while journalism is public service, a tool for society, for emancipation, for development, for accountability, you can only do that if you have a strong, commercially successful platform. If you can't pay your staff or pay your staff well, forget your allegiance to public good or public. Your people are probably just looking for money everywhere and messing up your reputation and the so-called power that you have for society's emancipation. So my belief was that you must focus on the commercial side of the business as you focus on the content side of the business. If the commercial side is weak, the content side will become even weaker. In fact, it will collapse. So that's one of the interesting things that I have, over the years, come to understand better as I have grown in leadership and in management. I believe that journalists should get to a point where they should be able to play any role along the value chain. Whether they move from the newsroom to go to HR, whether they move from the newsroom to go to main management or general management, journalists need to acquire that general knowledge and understanding of what is easily their business. Because, as I said, sustainability means that you have to focus on the different sides of the business as well.
Well, funny enough, one thing I've always believed in as a journalist is, over the years, based on my own 15 years or so about journalism, is a journalist can be anything. That's what I've always believed. That's why
It shouldn't be just a belief, it should be a requirement.
And that's why I don't allow any situation that is placed before me. I'll just say, I can't do so, I can't do that. Because I always tell myself, a journalist can do anything, I can be anything.
I think that's a very good way to start. Wanting to do everything means that you have to understand everything you want to do.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I have done here at the Vanguard, at Business over the years, is to just keep my ears to the ground. I tend to hear about things happening in a department quite often before the managers of that department get to hear. I am a very good learner and I listen a lot. But more importantly, I ask a lot of questions. If there is any single thing that has helped me as a manager, is that ability to ask questions.
BusinessDay has survived where many publications failed. What specific strategic shifts, either editorial, commercial, or structural, help the paper endure Nigeria's toughest economic cycle?
I think very importantly, it is sound management.
Sound management.
What we have done at the BusinessDay from the very beginning is create solid governance structures. We have had board of directors with directors. Some of the directors are some of the best people in Nigeria. People who can ask management questions. People who are able to hold management, to point to the big picture that is ahead of us. So that board faces the commercial side of the business. We've also had an editorial advisory board, which was set up and led by the late Dick Kramer, one of the toughest, the more thorough human being that I have ever met. And for as long as he was alive and heading our board, the editorial board did not miss a meeting for more than 13 years. And the discipline to ask questions of our editors through the publisher, what is happening? The ability to keep our feet to the fire by the questions that were asked of us. But also, more importantly, the help that we were offered. There was no one we couldn't talk to in Nigeria. once we mentioned the name Dick Kramer, he opened every door. But I say good management is what has happened on the back of these two boards that kept our feet to the fire. I hear people talk about, oh, this newspaper collapsed because they were tough on government and so they didn't get government advertising. It's all rubbish. It's about solid management. When you are not getting government advertising, it's even the more reason to have a sound management. When you are spending money as if money is water, how much of advertising would you get to be able to sustain such an indulgence anyway?
Very true.
You know, so over the years I learned the first thing that a successful newspaper must do well is installing a solid governance structure.
How do you personally balance optimism about Nigeria's future with the hard economic data you see daily, especially when the numbers tell an uncomfortable story?
You know, this is one part of my life that is sometimes contradictory.
Okay.
You know, when I'm dealing with Nigerian statistics as a journalist, I'm excited.
Okay.
As bleak as these statistics are, I'm excited until I remember that I'm a Nigerian. Then there's this very huge weight on me, and I then feel pained that ever so often the statistics and data that I've had to deal with as a Nigerian, the comparisons that I've had to make with peers have always been negative. It's hard. But what you do as a journalist is not to focus on only, there are two sides to a coin. It's not to focus on only one side of the coin. The truth of the matter is, if you look well enough, if you are good enough to turn the coin to the other side, you're likely going to see something else. And that's what I have done routinely as a journalist, as a business journalist, to focus on the not so good things and to focus on the things that are also changing for good. And the truth is, Nigeria today is changing, but changing slower than it should change. In fact, I had a visit this morning from someone who is based in the Netherlands, a Nigerian, who's been doing some thinking around what to do about Nigeria. And he said to me that, you know, Nigerians say that corruption and stealing, once you deal with it, Nigeria will become good. He says to me, Frank, that is so untrue. He said he has done a research all over the world, the countries that are doing well, their 80% of the government income comes from taxation. 80%. Even as close to us as South Africa is. 80% of their revenues come from taxation. But he said to me, Frank, you know what's going on? You ask yourself, so if 80% comes from taxation, who are those who are paying the tax? He said to me that the research is doing, and I'm very interested in reading this, the numbers, confirmation of the numbers. He said you look at different countries, some of which he has looked at. He's looking at 4 countries, including South Africa, because it's in Africa. And he asked himself, how many companies in these countries have turnover of $1 billion and above, or profit at $1 billion and above? Because profit is what determines how much tax they pay. Yeah?
Yes.
So if you take an average of 25% or 23% as company income tax, he said to me, whereas in South Africa, no, let's start with Nigeria. In Nigeria, companies with that size of turnover or profitability in his own count, are probably about 8 or 7 or 9 max. Ghana probably has about 5. South Africa has 200. So take 25% of 200, and 25% of 7 or 9 in Nigeria. We're joking. The real problem with Nigeria is the top line, not the bottom line. There is stealing without any question. But the problem is there is no money. And so his research, he's an academician, his research is focused on how do you grow the top line to deliver enough tax, and how do you tax the people enough to the point where the people are asking their government, what do you do with the money? He says that is the only way, or a major way, to sustain democracy in any country, where the people, because of their tax payment, are challenging their government to account for it. As it is today, we are like, we go to the Oba's palace, the Oba blesses us with peanuts. We go home and we are laughing. We don't ask the Oba, where's this money from that you're giving me? But if you are paying tax to government and they are stealing it, you will take a knife and go and meet those in government. Go and check what happened in America. When those who pay the tax started to walk against those stealing, some of them disappeared. Those people who were stealing, because they were asking, we are paying this money, what do you do with it? Nigerians don't care. They just believe the government is stealing, so whatever they too can get, they get, and we all move on. And we just keep walking around in this vicious cycle.
Sure.
Yeah. So a journalist has to have an open mind to learn, and as you said earlier, to unlearn some of the things that we taught. In Business Day, there is a phrase we use, which was taught us by Dick Kramer, that even in Nigeria, conventional wisdom can sometimes be wrong. What people believe, this is it. In Nigeria, we don't believe. We say, show me. Where's the data?
So, if the next 5 years of your life were a chapter, what would it be titled? And what unfinished work would it focus on?
Title for me will be Consolidation. I am at a time in life where I have more years behind me than the number of years ahead of me. So at this time in life is not the time for any significant adventure. It is a time to begin to bring together what you have been doing, so that when it's time to leave it in the hand of somebody, you are leaving something that is complete, something that is alive, something that is solid. So for me, it is looking at what I have been doing all my life and asking myself, where are the loose ends still? And how do I tighten those loose ends? Where are the I's without a dot still? And how do I put a dot on the I's? Where are the T's that need crossing? So for the next 5 years, that's what I'm going to be doing. My focus is going to be on creating more sustainability pillars for my own personal life and for the business that I've had the privilege to lead.
After crossing the 25th year line, the 25th year line, as you know, Business Day is 25 now, what does resilience mean to you now? And how must the media business evolve to stay relevant in Nigeria's next economic chapter?
That's, again, another very good question. Resilience is even more important now than in the past, when we thought that, firstly, anything we publish will be consumed. When we thought that we knew what will happen tomorrow. Today is a year of uncertainty. Those days, people used to talk about the known and the unknowns. Now you are even talking about the unknowns. You're talking about uncertainty that has become the order of life. So journalism can no longer be taken for granted in the age of citizenship journalism or citizens journalism, as you say today, in the age of a digital world, in the age where the youth or so-called Gen Zs are thinking about something else rather than news about what is happening around them, and they're asking, so what is this, almost disdainfully. So I think it's important for journalism to continue to recreate itself, to continue to create a connection with society, to continue to create something that is local and of interest to the people, but more importantly, to be sure that whatever it does resonates with the people. If the people you serve are asking, what is this, you are in trouble. So all of that needs a proper understanding, especially of how things are evolving. All of that needs a technology enablement. And all of that needs not just the old degree in mass communication. The work that it then led us to do. I still have those notes. When I started dreaming about the business, the daily publication, I had notes of expectations and all that. When I read them today, I just laugh. They are so well away from the reality that I faced in the subsequent years. Yes.
Honestly, I think now I know more about business than anybody. Honestly, this has been for me, it's a huge honor and privilege. And honestly, this afternoon I've learned so much about Business Day, about how it started, how 25 years in, how great things from where we started to where we are now has been a lot, competitions and everything. So I want to say thank you for everything. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for keeping the fire burning and not letting go. Thank you for not going into plastics.
Because we may not have met.
Because we may not have met, and this dream will have been lost in some plastic company.
I think I'm excited that I have done this for the last 25 years. Yeah. I'm looking ahead to the next part of that journey.
Yes.
We're currently working on installing a managing director in BusinessDay. So the transition to the next phase of the journey is already started. We believe that managing director will be in place in March of this year. But 25 years is a good time to reflect.
True.
And just be thankful to God and be thankful to our partners. We're doing a celebration that will not be tied to a particular day. Real anniversary date is the 2nd of July. But from March, before the end of March, we're going to roll out a number of things that we will do. We're going to introduce a newly designed print edition of BusinessDay. We're going to introduce a newly designed website. We're going to introduce a new mobile application. We will, of course, reward our staff. There are people who have worked here for more than 20 years.
True.
And we're going to bring them together and just celebrate their loyalty and their dedication and the contribution that they've made to the business, part of which is why we are here today. We will, of course, be celebrating our partners, those who have stood by us every day of these 25 years. I look back and I say to myself, the role that some key companies have played in our life, companies that have supported what we are doing, who just like the idea that there is a newspaper providing a different kind of opportunity, to cover business. Newspaper that understands the business, the toiling that goes on in business, and approaches the coverage of business and finance from empathy, even if it is also able to criticize some of the not so good things that business does as well. But we are at a point of celebration in 2026, and we'll let everybody know that we're still here, and not only that we're here, we're going to be here for another 25 years. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. On that note, we come to the end of one of the most, for me personally, I'm not saying anything, but one of the most interesting episodes of Triumph Against Odds. But I don't know, you can say what episode is interesting for you. I hope you don't forget what we always say at Triumph Against Odds. Do not forget to be resilient. Thank you. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and this was another interesting Triumph Against Odds episode. Have a blessed day.
And this is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Appeal Court nullifies Ibadan PDP convention. And bread and worries as surging prices stall projects. Africa's startup funding rebounds to $272 million in February. And Kano eyes higher farm yields, food security gains after France Agro Expo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's Court of Appeal in Abuja on Monday upheld a Federal High Court decision stopping the People's Democratic Party's November 15th and 16th National Convention. A three-man panel headed by Justice Mohammed Danjuma voided the Ibadan Oyo State Convention that produced Tanimu Turaki as national chairman of the party. The panel ruled the gathering invalid, saying no proper Congress preceded it, and rejected Turaki faction claims. The case concerned only internal party affairs today. Judges also dismissed claims Justice James Omotosho lacked jurisdiction and rejected Wike's loyalist objection to lawyer Chris Uche, noting Kamaldeen Ajibade was suspended by NWC. And moving on, Nigeria's Real Estate Developers Association, REDON, says rising cement prices are threatening housing delivery and infrastructure development across the country. At the joint press conference in Lagos with the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, REDON President Oba Akintoye Adeoye said a 50-kilogram bag of cement rose from about 7,500 naira in late 2025 to between 11,500 naira and 15,000 naira in early 2026. Developers say the surge, alongside rising costs of steel, sand, wood and granite, is delaying projects, forcing some to scale down or suspend construction. Housing experts warn the increase are also pushing rents higher in cities like Abuja, Lagos, Kano and Port Harcourt. And still on, startup funding across Africa rebounded in February 2026 after a slow start to the year. And according to reports, 40 startups raised more than $272 million through deals above $100,000, up from $174 million in January and slightly above $254 million monthly average. 6 companies, however, captured nearly 80% of the funds, with major deals including Spiro in Benin with $57 million, Breadfast in Egypt with $50 million, and GoCab in Cote d'Ivoire with $45 million. West Africa attracted 53% of funding, while Egypt led with $64 million, and East Africa's share fell to 3 And coming up, Kano eyes higher farm yields, food security gains after France Agro Expo. We bring you this and more after the short break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television. Welcome back to the news update. Still on the Nigerian scene, farmers in Kano State may soon see higher productivity and incomes following new agricultural partnerships from an international exhibition in France. Agriculture Commissioner Danjuma Mahmood said a state delegation led by Governor Kaba Yusuf attended the Paris International Agricultural Show from February 21st to March 2nd, where more than 2,000 firms showcased modern farming innovations. Mahmood said talks with research institutions and companies could introduce high-yield and climate-resistant rice seeds capable of producing up to 140 bags per hectare, compared with current averages of 35 to 50. In his words, Kano also plans demonstration farms, machinery partnerships, and extension training for about 1,500 personnel. And away from that story, Nigeria's debt servicing costs exceeded capital expenditure by about 3.9 trillion naira between 2024 and 2025. And according to the Federal Ministry of Finance, the government spent 27.2 trillion naira servicing public debt over the 2-year period. Data in the brief indicated that debt servicing rose from 12.63 trillion in 2024 to 14.57 trillion naira in 2025, with both figures exceeding budget projections, while capital expenditure stood at 11.59 trillion naira in 2024 and about 11.7 trillion naira by November 2025. And according to the documents, the depreciation of the naira increased the local currency costs of external debt obligations, while higher domestic interest rates also raised the cost of servicing government debt. Despite the pressure, the government maintained that fiscal reform have improved transparency and shifted deficit financing towards structured borrowing instruments subject to legislative oversight. Also, a section of the office of the head of service of the Federation was gutted by fire in Abuja, and this is actually reports from BusinessDay that shows that the cause of the fire is not immediately clear, while officials of the Federal Fire Service are currently battling to contain the blaze, preventing it from spreading to other parts of the building. Eyewitnesses around the premises said the incident may have been triggered by a power surge, although authorities are yet to confirm the exact cause. Coming up, Tunisia plans $1 billion expansion of Tunis Carthage Airport. This and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the African scene. Tunisia plans to expand Tunis Carthage International Airport at an estimated cost of about 3 billion dinars, aiming to nearly quadruple its passenger capacity as part of efforts to modernize the country's air transport infrastructure. Tunisia's transport ministry said that the project will increase the airport capacity from about 5 million passengers to 18.5 million passengers annually by 2030. The expansion project has been included in the 2026 investment budget of the Civil Aviation and Airport Authority of Tunisia. The ministry also added that Tunisia has for the time being shelved plans to build a new airport and instead opted to expand Tunis Carthage International Airport. Also, Kenyan President William Ruto said Kenya will deploy between 15 billion and 20 billion shillings from the proceeds of the initial public offering of Kenya Pipeline Company to expand the country's main airport. The government last week announced it had raised 106.3 billion shillings after selling a 65% stake in the state-owned pipeline operator. An authority said the proceeds will be channeled into key infrastructure projects. According to Ruto, part of the funds will be used to upgrade Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, which the government says is currently operating beyond its designated capacity. Ruto added that the funds will serve as seed capital for the expansion of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and will be the first major project financed through this new model of financing under the National Infrastructure Fund. And on the foreign scene, several Asian countries are introducing emergency measures after global energy prices surged following the US-Israel war with Iran. Crude oil climbed above $100 a barrel on Monday amid fears of prolonged disruption to Middle East supplies. East Asian economies heavily reliant on shipments through the Strait of Hormuz are among the hardest hit, with South Korea and Thailand saying they will cap fuel prices to cushion the impact. President Lee Jae-myung said Seoul will swiftly cap petrol prices and may expand a 100 trillion won financial market stabilization program during an emergency cabinet meeting. Still on, AI data center startup N-Scale says it has raised $2 billion in fresh funding, valuing the company at $14.6 billion as demand for artificial intelligence infrastructure surges. The Series C round announced Monday featured NVIDIA and led by Aka, ASA and 890 Industries, with Astra Capital, Citadel, Dell, Jane Street, Lenovo, Linday Advisors, Nokia and Point72 also investing. Founded in 2024, the UK-based firms build data centers and cloud computing services. It previously secured a $1.4 billion loan in February and $1.1 billion Series B funding in September. N-Scale also named Sheryl Sandberg, Nick Legg and Susan Decker as directors, while expanding partnership with Microsoft and OpenAI. We bring you the sport news after this break.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They're survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where Wilfred Ndidiye's urged Nigerians to remain confident that the Super Eagles still have a chance of playing in the 2026 FIFA World Cup Intercontinental Playoff, despite recent developments surrounding the qualification process. While recent social media updates from FIFA listed the DR Congo national football team as Africa's representative for the upcoming playoffs in Mexico, the Nigeria Football Federation has clarified that no official verdict has been released regarding its protest over players' eligibility. The NFF filed a formal petition in December 2025 alleging that DR Congo fielded ineligible dual nationality players during their playoff victory over Nigeria. Although FIFA recently promoted ticket sales for the playoff tournament featuring DR Congo. Despite the situation, Ndidi insists the Super Eagles have not given up and will continue their preparation while the matter unfolds. And to end the news, Frank Lampard's Coventry has moved 8 points clear at the top of the championship table following Saturday's 2-0 win away at Bristol City. First half goals from Taishiro Sakamoto and Ajiride strengthened Coventry position at the top as both teams finished with 10 men. Coventry moved 8 points clear of Middlesbrough in second, who play away to QPR on Sunday. Taishiro Sakamoto ended the Sky Blues in front before setting up Ajiride for the second goal in the first half injury time. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, you know, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria. And
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening, and we move past what happened, why it happened, and what could come next. I am Deborah Eze. The conversation we're centering on this afternoon is 57 years after Lassa fever still stalks Nigeria. Just stay with us as we go behind the headlines. Welcome back to Behind the Headlines. 57 years after it was first identified in Nigeria, Lassa fever remains a persistent public health threat. Each year, outbreaks reappear across several states, infecting thousands and claiming lives despite decades of medical research, public awareness campaigns, and government intervention. The disease spread mainly through contact with infected rodents or contaminated food and continues to expose gaps in sanitation, surveillance, healthcare infrastructure, and community awareness. As Nigeria battles recurring outbreak, questions remain about why the virus still thrives and what more must be done to finally bring it under control. And joining us to have this conversation is Faith Donatus. She's a health correspondent here at Business Day. It's good to have you, Faith.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming to Behind the Headlines. Okay, now, it's nearly 6 decades, that's 57 years, after Lassa fever was first discovered. Speak to us about why the country is still struggling to contain this reoccurring outbreaks.
Around, waste dump sites, even in houses, people cohabit with most of these rabbits. And the causative rodents, Mastomys netalensis, is one of the most prolific rodents. It has early maturing rates. It has high prolific rate. Within the space of 9 months, it can give birth to tens of pups. So it's kind of like, if the situation is not clear, if the sanitation is not conscious, if people are not conscious with hygiene, there's always a likelihood of an outbreak. Another incidence is poverty. People tend to, the early symptoms of Lassa fever is often like malaria. People have general body weakness, headaches, vomiting and all of that. So what happens, they tend to treat malaria rather than Lassa fever. And because we don't have a lot of centers for diagnosis in rural communities, it lingers. And at the end of the day, people die. And that is why this has persisted for
Now, let's speak about the centers to actually treat this diagnosis. Now, let's look at the weakness of the Nigeria's healthcare sector. Do you think, the structural weakness has stopped the fight of this or weakened the fight of this, Lassa fever spread?
It definitely has. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control has been at the helm of these affairs. They've been carrying out research, preclinical trials, trying to, develop a drug and even a vaccine. Currently, from what I gather, they are in their phase 2 of gathering, of, developing a vaccine. So, but there are so many gaps. One, we have low diagnostic capacity, particularly in rural areas. We don't have the diagnostic kits to be able to run a rapid test to be able to detect that, okay, this is Lassa fever, and that is where the major problem. In cities, you could be lucky to find hospitals where you can diagnose some of these diseases, but it's not common in our primary healthcare centers across the country. We have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers, and only 20% of them are functioning at full capacity, and that is a major challenge.
Right. So how significant do you think the role of, environmental sanitation and rodent control, how significant is it in preventing the spread of this disease?
It is very significant. In fact, it is one of the most effective way of preventing the disease, because they thrive in dirty environments, in dump sites, through, and when they come to houses, they defecate on foods, their urine. So contact with surfaces also has, a very significant, is a significant risk factor. So environmental sanitation is key. Back in the days, we used to have, every Saturdays where we have sanitation, but these days I'm not sure those things are very effective. So you tend to see bushes around. People live with bushes in their houses. You have entry holes, entry points into homes, and one of the most interesting things is that this Lassa fever occur within dry season periods of November and April. What happens within this period is there's a lot of bush burning in rural communities, and so these rodents leave the bush, they now go to the houses, and that is where we have the outbreaks coming in on and on and on again.
Yeah, you've talked to us about sanitization, but let's talk about sensitization. Do you think Nigerians are actually aware of how, you know, Lassa fever spreads, aware of the early symptoms and what to watch out or look out for?
Yeah, over the years, I would say that awareness has increased because, of course, if you know your partner, a friend or a neighbor who died of Lassa fever, you will be aware of what happened and all of that. So awareness has increased. Health workers have been, you know, sending out awareness campaigns. The WHO in particular have also made reasonable effort, and the Nigerian Center for Disease Control are ensuring that campaign programs are going on and on. But again, the rural communities are shut out in most of these things, and sometimes some of these communities you can't even access them. So, and that's a major structural barrier.
All right, you mentioned earlier briefly about the vaccination process being in the second stage.
Yeah.
Is the progress really the progress, or is it another trial and error that, you know, we know Nigeria for?
Well, of course, Nigeria is Nigeria. It could take 10 years, 15 years, we are still developing a vaccine. But the most important thing is that progress is being made. You know, we've gone past phase 1, which is the preclinical phase. So currently we are now in the phase 2. They are going to recruit people where they will test the vaccine to see how effective it is. Because the honest truth is, as we speak, there is no current cure for Lassa fever, and that is a major problem. So the drug, the ribavirin that they use, is not as effective as it should be, and if you don't detect the symptoms of Lassa fever early, it won't be effective. So that's...
So what concrete step do you think the government should actually make, apart from, you know, the vaccine? What step do you think they should make to help, you know, people prioritize their health and also look out for the symptoms and also, you know, the outbreak in Nigeria?
All right, for individuals, I would say hygiene, you know, environment. Keep your house, your environment clean. Keep it rodent proof. If there are, you know, holes or entry points where these rodents can come in through, keep them. And then, you know, in rural communities, one of the major challenge where people don't store food the right way. You see people drying foods on rooftops, by the roadside, or keeping food open. Those are, you know, very strategic or risk points where some of these rodents come in contact with humans. So as individuals, people should be hygiene conscious. Then as a government, we need to invest more in research. We need to invest in research that will bring about the development of vaccines or drugs that will be used to treat Lassa fever. And then we need to strengthen our hospitals, like equip our hospitals with facilities that can contain Lassa fever if there's an outbreak. And we should also recruit more health workers, because at the moment we have brain drain, of course, so we don't have enough health workers to be able to handle the case, and we even have health workers dying from the disease. And then government should also help provide personal protective equipment for health workers who are caring for Lassa fever victims. So these are some of the things they should look out for.
Thank you, Faith. Very insightful. Thank you for coming to be on your live.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, we were speaking to Faith Donatus. She's a health correspondent here at Business Day. The conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what development mean going forward. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us tomorrow on another episode of Behind the Headlines.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the